Interference Commission is back in session. Cette séance de la Commission sur l'ingérence étrangère a repris.
Good afternoon. Sorry for the delay. There was some housekeeping to do. Maître Chaudhry.
Good afternoon. Commissioner, our witnesses this afternoon are four members of the staff from the Prime Minister's office. May I ask that witnesses be sworn or affirmed?
Starting with you, Ms. Telford, do you want to be sworn or affirmed?
Affirmed.
Okay. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Catherine Telford, Telford.
Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. And starting with you, do you want to be sworn or affirmed?
Affirmed, please.
Okay. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
It's Jeremy Broadhurst, Broadhurst.
Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Clow,
I will affirm.
affirm? Okay. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Brian Clow, C-L-O-W.
Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Travers?
Affirm.
Affirmed. Okay. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Patrick Travers, Travers.
Thank you. And do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you. So witnesses will begin with the routine housekeeping that we normally have to go through, starting with, Mr. Clerk, can you please pull up WIT 69, which is the public version of the PMO's interview summary. So I'll just ask each of you to confirm that you recall being interviewed by Commission Counsel on February 21st, 2024.
Yes.
Thank you. And can you each confirm that you've reviewed the summary of that interview, that the summary is accurate, and that you adopt it as part of your evidence before the Commission?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, you can take that one down and please pull up WIT 68. So this is the public version of the in-camera examination held earlier this year. So witnesses, again, I'll ask you to confirm that you recall being examined in camera by Commission Counsel?
Yes.
Yes.
And that you've reviewed the summary of this examination, that the summary is accurate, and that you adopted as part of your evidence?
Yes.
Perfect. Last but not least, the PMO institutional report. So let's do this through Ms. Telford. Mr. Clerk, can you bring up CAN Doc 13, please? So this is another one that's been referred to but not yet officially introduced. Ms. Telford, you're aware that the PMO prepared an institutional report for filing with the Commission. Can you confirm that you reviewed it and that it represents part of PMO's evidence?
Yes.
Perfect. And then for the record, the French version of that institutional report is CAN Doc 14. Okay, to start off with, can you each briefly describe your roles at PMO during the time period that is relevant to the Commission to now? So starting with you, Ms. Telford.
I have served as the Chief of Staff to the Prime Minister since we formed government in 2015, with the exception of 2 periods where I was on an unpaid leave during the writ periods of 2019 and 2021 elections.
Thank you. Mr. Travers?
Yes. From early 2016 to fall 2020, I served as an advisor in the PMO policy team. From fall 2020 onwards, I've been Senior Global Affairs Advisor with responsibility for international issues.
Okay. And am I correct that you were, during the writ period, on the caretaker team?
I was on the caretaker team in both writ periods.
Okay, so that means remaining at PMO, not out on campaign.
Correct.
Thank you. Mr. Clow?
Since the 2021 election, I've been Deputy Chief of Staff. Prior to that, I was Executive Director, Issues Management, Parliamentary Affairs, and Canada-US Relations. And prior to the 2019 election, I was solely focused on Canada-US relations. I also took unpaid leaves during the last 2 elections.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Broadhurst?
In 2019, I was Chief of Staff to Chrystia Freeland, who was then at Minister of Foreign Affairs. I went with her to intergovernmental affairs and finance as she moved along. I took unpaid leave of absence in 2019 to be the national campaign director of the Liberal Party of Canada. And again, in the summer of 2021 to be a senior official on the Liberal Party campaign team in that election campaign. I then returned to the PMO after that election campaign as a senior advisor.
Thank you. Witnesses, as you know, one of the topics that this commission is examining is the flow of information and flow of intelligence. So can I ask you, probably this is best addressed to Ms. Telford, can you explain how the PMO receives intelligence?
So this has evolved over time due to events, due to different NSIAs, National Security and Intelligence Advisors. But I think it's important to note that throughout, members of the Prime Minister's office, we are consumers of intelligence only, and we receive the intelligence that we do receive and any briefings associated to that intelligence from the Privy Council office. They may at times bring in members from other departments or agencies, but they would be the ones making those decisions as to who attends the briefings and putting together the agendas for such briefings, though sometimes we'll ask for things in addition, and they will determine whether that's something they can or can't provide. The National Security and Intelligence Advisor reports directly to the Prime Minister, and will also go directly to the Prime Minister and brief him sometimes directly alongside me and sometimes alongside other staff. We also receive some paper products. We used to receive more of them on a more regular basis in the early years, and in kind of general terms, I would divide things up into sort of 3 different periods. One was pre-pandemic, then there was the pandemic, and then there's been since the leaks, where we've seen significant changes, though there have been some more minor changes over time, just as we've all learned each other a bit. In the earlier days, we received daily, oftentimes daily products, as well as weekly products that would summarize the daily products. And then we would receive specific intelligence on specific events when they arose. So we would get specific briefings on, for example, when the 2 Michaels were arbitrarily detained, when there was an invasion of Ukraine, and prior to that invasion, when PS 752 was shot down. There have been a number of instances where we would receive specific briefings on those topics beyond sort of the topical summaries that we would receive. And then in the pandemic period, it obviously became much more complicated, particularly during the strict lockdowns. So we received, with far less frequency, the paper products. But if something ever needed to get to us, there were numerous ways that information could get to us, and of course to the Prime Minister. And the National Security and Intelligence Advisor always had ways, including having client relations officers at times come to my home, or going into the office. And then post-leaks, we watched the National Security and Intelligence Advisor take further steps to make the processes even more rigorous in terms of tracking of information. As well, I would say post-pandemic, for a variety of reasons, including just events going on in the world and the number of them that involved the need to see intelligence, we see a lot more raw intelligence in these last couple of years than we did in the early years of government.
Okay, when you say you receive more raw intelligence, are you differentiating that from assessed intelligence, or?
I'm differentiating that from the sort of daily and weekly products, which would be a mixture. Sometimes those products would include open source information. They were summaries of sort of what was going on in the world, though they would sometimes include some intelligence within them as well. But they'd be referenced as opposed to including any source material.
Okay. And you mentioned that you've been receiving fewer and fewer paper products over time. When you receive paper products, are you always able to read them?
No, because we can only read them in certain places, given the classified nature of them. So sometimes, especially if we're on the road for a period of time, traveling internationally, or domestically for that matter, or days like today, it's more complicated to follow the the daily summaries as they were in those early years. I would be particularly reliant on weekly summaries and sometimes even have to catch up on them with time. But I never relied on those products as a way, and I don't believe anyone did, relied on those products as a way of briefing us on any specific issue. They were more interesting things that were going on in the world at the time and a way of keeping us abreast of an election, for example, that had happened somewhere in the world and letting us know what it meant in a couple of paragraphs, if that.
So you've sort of described these 3 time periods, pre-pandemic, then the pandemic, which changes a lot of things in terms of how information is conveyed generally, and then post-leaks. There's one other period that we could talk about, which is the caretaker period. So Mr. Travers, I think I'll ask you to address that.
Absolutely. During an election, the government operates with restraint per the convention, the caretaker convention, which means that necessary business, can be routine or urgent, does continue, but everything else is restrained per the election period. There is a scaled down PMO during that time that works closely with PCO for the purpose of supporting the Prime Minister in his role as Prime Minister should the need arise. One of the reasons that I would stay behind is international events and crises are the kinds of things that might require government attention. During that time, there was a limited flow of information that would proceed according to normal procedures, but everything was restrained because of the convention.
Okay. So essentially you receive what is urgent or what would require urgent attention despite the fact that it's the caretaker period?
Correct.
So that's the flow of intel into PMO. Now, once the intelligence comes into PMO, what role, if any, do you play in providing that intelligence to the Prime Minister?
I'll take first crack at that anyways. As I mentioned earlier, the NSIA can and does brief the Prime Minister directly. We will often look at intelligence that we will see ahead of him, not always, but sometimes, and we will ensure in talking to the client relations officer who will be sitting opposite us as we read the documents, has the Prime Minister seen this document yet? And if not, this is one that we think should go to him, and he will then flag that back to the NSIA if they haven't already flagged that as a document that's going to the Prime Minister. We will also sometimes, though not always, have a briefing with officials that they will request to brief us on something ahead of them meeting with the Prime Minister. I sometimes view it almost as a bit of a pre-brief because we can sometimes anticipate, or at least it gives a first run at what some of the questions might be coming from fresh eyes in our office. And though oftentimes I will get briefed right alongside the Prime Minister and receive documents in concurrence with him.
Okay.
Nothing else.
I would just add, the key point we would make is when information needs to get from officials to the Prime Minister, it gets to him. And it's not generally through paper. If there's something serious that senior officials, the clerk, the NSIA, the director of CSIS, if they want the Prime Minister to know something, they call us, they organize a briefing, they come see us. Some way or another, they will tell us that information if it's of that level of importance. It's not going to be paper alone.
Okay. And it would generally be the NSIA?
NSIA clerk, director of CSIS would be the main three, I would say.
Okay. Ms. Telford, in your examination, I'm going to take you back to something you mentioned in your examination, which is that when it comes to intelligence, you've described PMO as having a challenge function with respect to intelligence. Can you explain what you meant by that?
So as I said at the outset, we are consumers of this information. And so I believe it's our responsibility in seeing it to ask as many questions as we can about it, at times challenge it. We have come across errors at times, and ensure that, appropriate validation has happened. And sometimes we can also bring information and shed light on it that might cause officials to look at something a little differently.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, if you can just bring up WIT 68, please. This is the interview summary, or the examination summary, I'm sorry. So scroll down to paragraphs 20, please. There we go. So in this section, the Stafford, I'm going to take you to sort of two examples of what may be this challenge function. The first one is down at paragraph 23. I think you mentioned here that one context in which PMO requires or receives intelligence is with respect to security clearances for MPs who may wish to be appointed to cabinet or to as parliamentary secretaries. Can you elaborate a bit on how the challenge function may play out in that context?
So in this paragraph, it references, so MPs go through security clearances, whether it's to be on NSI COP, whether it's to become a parliamentary secretary or to become a minister. And flags will sometimes be raised, and flags can be any number of things. The individual who is going through the clearance process rarely has the opportunity to know what the flags are or to be able to challenge them, which is where we in particular see a responsibility to ensure that if a politician and elected official's career is going to be impacted, which if flags come up such that they cannot take on a role, it's impacting their career, we need to challenge that and just ensure that there is appropriate and enough kind of validation and substantiated information behind those flags. And there was one instance that's referenced here where there was a mistake made, where there was a threat linked to an MP that didn't seem right. And so we asked officials to please go and do whatever work they could to further substantiate that and verify that. And to the credit of the officials involved, they went and they worked through the night and they came to us the next day and reversed their assessment because they had made a mistake in how they were looking at the information. Which I think it was really important, because if we had not done that, and it taught us not to have blind faith in or first blush trust in the information that we would see, because we watched that reversal of the assessment happen, and it would have had a significant impact on this person's career. Having said that, I cannot think of a time where we have not deferred ultimately to an assessment that is made that hasn't been reversed to any assessment given to us by officials.
So the role is to question, not to overpower.
Correct.
Okay. You mentioned sometimes having to correct intelligence. So I'll just take you to another document, which may be an example of this. Mr. Clerk, can you pull up CAN 18009? While you're doing that, I'll just pause here. Obviously, I should have mentioned this at the outset, but we're obviously talking a lot about a lot of the things in this examination that have classified information behind them. And if ever a question is asked which leads too close to the classified information, you just say that it will, and council will move on to the next question. It's a protocol that we've developed in the commission here. So this is skipping very, very way ahead in the chronology here, but this is, I think, refers to a meeting that took place on March 19th or 20th. And
these are my notes from a meeting on March 20th. I wrote the wrong date down. It was the Prime Minister, Director of CSIS, the NSIA, the clerk, three of us, not Patrick, and you see the word analyst because a CSIS analyst was brought in to directly discuss with us a lot of the intelligence. To situate ourselves, this is March 20th, 2023, well after and many months into the media leaks. So this was one example of a briefing and discussion with the Prime Minister, where in this particular meeting, my recollection is there wasn't new information presented. It was a deep dive into a few different topics, including Don Valley North. And there was a back and forth where we questioned some of what was being told to us. And these notes, if you scroll down, show some of those examples. I'd particularly point out, if you scroll up a little bit more, the reference to charter rights is one example. The reference to the Prime Minister identifying no June 2019 meeting is another example. We have to be careful what we get into here. As you can see, a lot of this is redacted and we're not able to fully tell the story of what was discussed in this meeting. But charter rights, no June 2019 meeting, there was specific information presented to us that we believe was wrong. And in the case of the meeting with the Prime Minister, definitely wrong. And so we pointed that out to officials.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. You can take that one down. We're going to stay here on the topic of 2019. Actually, before we do that, well, this is still 2019, but Mr. Clerk, can you pull up CAN 004727? And scroll down to page 2, please. So this is an internal email between, well, it's pretty redacted, but unnamed CSIS representatives. And if you scroll down just a little bit more, Mr. Clerk, you'll see what we can see of this exchange here. PM, PMO commented on blank, which contains the following comment, blank. And then we have something that is attached that had been prepared earlier, but then on feedback from PMO, it appears to have been modified. Does that reflect a change being made pursuant to what we just talked about, to your knowledge?
So we only saw this email exchange in the last few weeks in preparation for the appearance here. It does appear to flow from that meeting we just discussed. And I'm speculating to a certain extent, but it looks like there was a discussion amongst CSIS about the inaccuracies we pointed out in the underlying intelligence.
That's right. Okay, thank you. I realize that it's not your document and that it's fairly redacted here, but I just wanted to draw that link. Thank you, that's enough. Okay, Mr. Clerk, can you now pull up CAN 005461, please? So the next topic that we're addressing here, witnesses, is allegations of irregularities in the DVN nomination race in the 2019 election. So what we have here is a document that's been seen in various forms over the last few days in the commission, and as you know, it represents a briefing that was given to security-cleared representatives of the Liberal Party on September 28th, 2019. We know that much has happened. We don't know thus far in the record much about what happened after that. So, Mr. Broadhurst, I think you're probably best placed to take us through what unfolded from there.
Sure. As you said, there were Liberal Party representatives who were cleared to the secret level as part of the new protocols that were put in place for the 2019 election campaign that allowed intelligence, national security officials to talk with the parties. Two individuals from the Liberal Party went and had a meeting with intelligence officials where they were provided with information concerning potential irregularities that took place around the nomination, the Liberal nomination for the seat of Don Valley North. I was not one of those individuals, but I did have I still had my top secret clearance that I had as a result of my job at Foreign Affairs, and we had discussed with security officials that in the event that something like this happened, those cleared Liberal representatives would be able to talk to me about it. So I did talk to them. They gave me the information that they had received from the intelligence officials at that meeting. I contacted senior public servants in the PCO to sort of make sure I was understanding the information correctly that had been given, to see if there was any additional context or information that they wanted to share. And then I determined that this was something that did need to be brought to the attention of the Prime Minister. And I looked for the earliest opportunity to do that. I believe the briefing had taken place on sort of a Friday during a national campaign. Obviously, the Prime Minister is on the road most days, but he was going to be returning to the National Capital Region that weekend, and I was able to brief him on the substance of that had been shared with us on the Sunday.
Okay, that was pretty impressive from memory. I'll just ask the clerk to pull up the witness summary again, please. So that would be witness summary 68, and scroll down to paragraph 26. So that's the point in your summary where this issue is discussed, Mr. Broadhurst. So let me ask you this. Why did you consider it necessary to brief the PM on this?
We were being presented with information from intelligence reporting that suggested that there could have been irregularities in the nomination process, the Liberal Party's nomination process for one of our candidates in the general election. That is important enough for me to think that the leader of the party should be aware of them and make a determination about if there was any action that he felt it was appropriate to take. I provided him with the information based on the information that we had at that time, and based on what I thought should be an extremely high bar for overturning a democratic result. I had recommended to the Prime Minister that no action be taken. I did that after, in addition to having received this information from intelligence officials, I made sure that we did a review of our own process to see if Liberal Party officials at the nomination meeting had reported any irregularities. If there had been, in these nomination meetings, there is a process for different camps to challenge the legitimacy of voters who present themselves to vote. I wanted to see if there was an abnormal amount of challenges that were made at that place, or if there was any sort of irregularities on that side. We also, within the rules of the Liberal Party, have a process for contestants in a nomination to challenge the validity of the entire meeting. They can, if they think that there's widespread administrative problems, or if the meeting was conducted inappropriately, or anything like that, they have a chance to challenge it. We have a quasi-judicial body within the Liberal Party that would review the evidence and pass judgment on that. It has been used a number of times over the years. No one brought any such challenge in this case. There were no abnormal amount of challenges. There were no irregularities cited. We talked to the experienced Liberal Party volunteer who ran the meeting to see if there was anything out of the usual. It was a hotly contested nomination. It was busy, but there was nothing that stood out as abnormal, irregular, or of sorts. So based on that, and based on the fact that at this point there was intelligence reporting, but there was no, there were a lot of gaps and questions that remained, and hundreds of people had come out to express their democratic will. I thought that the bar for overturning that, especially since we would have no means to discuss anything, as it was based on intelligence reporting, that bar should be extremely high. And so I made that recommendation to the Prime Minister while presenting everything that we had learned on that, and he decided at that time that there was no action for him to take, and obviously we knew we would be hearing more about this if there was going to be more intelligence reporting, but at that time there was nothing to do. And I should also point out that intelligence officials, as they had provided the information, at no point did they make a recommendation. They wanted us to be aware that this allegation was out there, but they weren't making a recommendation that the party should do anything. They weren't advising that the Prime Minister should take any specific actions. They just wanted us to have the information that they had at that time.
Is that something that you would have expected them to do, the intelligence agencies?
So this was a new process. Obviously, it had never happened before. It was something that our government had put in place to try to address the growing concerns around foreign interference that were taking place around the world, and we wanted a mechanism where there could be an interaction between political parties and intelligence, national security officials. So it was a brand new process. It was a little bit difficult. Or it was, you didn't know how it was going to play out, but it would have been very, very surprising to me. And I'd been somewhat involved in some of the work around the creation of this. It would have been very surprising to me if intelligence officials had felt it was their place to advise a party about whether or not to drop candidates on something. That was not set up to be a vetting process for parties. This was meant to be an information exchange, and parties, it's not the place of intelligence officials to make that kind of recommendation. And I think, from the director's thesis on that, many people would agree with that assessment, or have agreed publicly with that assessment.
Okay, so let's leave 2019 now, and I appreciate that we're flying.
One question. No, no, it's okay. You just said that there were gaps actually that were remaining at the time. Did you ask anyone to look more deeply into the issue at the time?
When I consulted with the security officials after the briefing that the party reps had said, I wanted to try to get an understanding of, this was reporting that an allegation that there was perhaps a plan to do something. And so I asked if there were specifics. I think there's enough now to be able to say that, this was about, whether or not some people who shouldn't have been able to vote in the nomination were bused to the nomination and voted illegally. I asked for, were there evidence of the buses? Were there names that they could point us to help evaluate whether or not that we had inappropriate, people who were not otherwise allowed to vote. At that time, I was not provided with any such information, and I could understand that intelligence reporting is not. Was not being presented to us as an indictment. It was not being presented to us as, here's the truth. It was just, this allegation exists. It has enough credibility that we're sharing it with you, but we can't point to, here's a voter that voted illegally. They couldn't point to a picture of a bus that had showed up and said, that's the bus we're talking about. Anybody on that bus was a problem. So this was, at that moment in time, this is what could have been shared with us, and we did our best to sort of assess whether we could, because of that information, see something inappropriate. We could not.
Okay, but just to make sure I understand your answer properly, I gathered that you have not asked anyone to check any of these things at that point in time. You just received the information, you saw fit to inform the Prime Minister, but you didn't ask for any additional information at this point in time.
I did not, no, and beyond sort of push and see if there was more that could be provided. At that point, as somebody running a national political campaign, it would have been, I think, inappropriate for me to give direction to public servants on how they should do their job.
Okay, but you didn't ask neither anybody within your party to do that.
We examined our own nomination process to see, like, with this information in mind, whether anything stood out as irregular, and based on that review, we saw nothing that stood out as irregular. And having done a lot of these nominations, you do sometimes see irregularities, but it's at the end of the day, there's a limit to what the party can do. We're not a forensic organization, right? We reviewed the conduct of the meeting. We reviewed whether or not there had been complaints about the meeting. At that point, without more specifics, I did not feel there was anything the party could do.
Okay, thank you.
So just so that's completely clear for the record, you did ask questions at the time within the party,
Absolutely.
but you did not ask for further intelligence.
Correct.
Okay.
No, I did. I had asked the intelligence officials whether there was anything more that could be shared at this time, and there was not. I felt we took every step we could at the party side, bearing in mind I was under an obligation not to reveal to anybody else, including the people I was asking questions of, the subject matter of the intelligence reports. So I could only ask general questions about the conduct of the meetings, but I was satisfied from those answers that there was no alarming event that suddenly made sense in light of these intelligence reports.
So now let's leave 2019 and a few minutes off schedule, but that's fine, and move to 2021. So Mr. Clerk, I'll ask you to pull up CAN 001082. So this is a similar looking document. So this is a briefing that was given to the security cleared Liberal Party representatives in 2021. I believe the date of the briefing was around September 12th, 2021. Mr. Broders, again, I think you're probably best placed to tell us what you are able to tell us based on the materials that are available in this forum. What happened there?
So this was, again, part of the similar process that had been set up that allowed intelligence officials to reveal certain intelligence reporting to political parties during an election campaign. In this case, a foreign interference matter was brought to the attention of the Liberal Party. There was no action required. There was no action requested or follow-up requested. This was very late in the campaign. I think this document is dated September 11th. The election day itself was September 20th.
Sorry, Mr. Broders, I'm just going to stop you there
Yes.
and ask the clerk to scroll down a little bit so we
Right,
can
yep.
see a little bit more of what is on this document. There's not much, but just for the record. Thank you. Please go on.
So in this case, as this was an information, really a briefing of information that had no need for follow-up at that time, I had the Prime Minister been accessible to me in that final week, I would have shared this information to him, but he was on the road for the entire week. The end of a campaign is what we sometimes refer to as a sprint, multiple cities over the course of the final days. I looked logistically to see if there was a way that we could, carve out some time for us to talk. It did not seem to be, so I made the determination that I would share this information post election day at the earliest convenience, which was done.
Okay, so after you did not advise the PM of this during the election, but you did so
Correct.
after. Okay. Just looking at the part of this document that's up on the screen right now, where it says, importantly, we regret to have to inform you of this activity and understand the difficulties associated with the limitations on what you can do with it. It's being provided for awareness based on your judgment. I'm wondering if you can comment a little bit on that paragraph and what it means to you when you receive this kind of information.
Well, I think that, again, in this process, which even in 2021, while it had been in its second general election, was still relatively new. There were sort of efforts made, I think, appropriately by the intelligence community to try to help the parties understand why the information was being given and then the limitations with which those representatives, what they could do with that information, given that it was based on intelligence reporting that normally would not be generally provided to the public. And so I think this paragraph, I mean, it's a little bit difficult with the other redaction, but I think this is just sort of saying, kind of from the intelligence community over to you, but remember the restrictions that are involved here. We are not giving you any recommendations. This is now on your judgment.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. You can take that one down. So I'm going to take you to a couple of incidents from the I call them incidents, but things that happened in the 2021 elections for which there have been topical summaries provided to the commission. And so we'll do this with reference to those specific topical summaries. The first one is Can Sum 4, please. So this document describes a number of, again, incidents or allegations of mis and disinformation about the Conservative Party, its leader, Aaron O'Toole, and MP candidate Kenny Chiu. My question at this point is this something that you were aware of during the 2021 election?
During the 2021 election, I was not aware of allegations of any kind of foreign, like any foreign state promulgating this kind of misinformation or disinformation. I would say, however, that the topic of the Conservative Party of Canada's electoral platform, specifically as it related to China, was a widely discussed topic from a year before the campaign, throughout the campaign, and its impact and how it was being received, specifically by the Canadian Chinese communities across the country, and the impact it was, that people were theorizing about we would have on the election campaign. That was a well-known and public debate that was happening, and that was, we were observing having significant impact on the electorate.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, you can take that one down and now pull up. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr.
Two quick
Clark,
comments about
comment.
this. We, to answer your question, we learned about the Conservative claims almost immediately after the election because they made them public. But I do want to scroll down to the bottom of that page because I think there's a really important point here. So this is from the intelligence community, from CSIS, and the facts matter here. There's a lot of people claiming that this disinformation is alleged disinformation is confirmed to come from the PRC, but this document at the very bottom says no PRC state direction of the incident was detected or reported, and I think that's an important fact that is understood by observers.
And the controversy around the policy proposals of the Conservative Party of Canada were playing out in mainstream media. There were think pieces being published. There were, in some cases, Conservative Party sources were contributing to the pieces saying this is actually going to be a positive electoral move. But it is not something that was contained only within, whether it's WeChat or certain in-language Chinese media. This was a very, I would call it, very central element of the 2021 election campaign.
Any further comments before I pull up the next one?
I'll leave it at that for now, I think.
Okay. So, Mr. Clerk, can you please pull up Can Sum 13? Scroll down a little bit, please, till we get to past the page of very important caveats. So here we have, this one is titled essentially PRC expressed partisan preferences in the 2019 and 2021 elections. If we see it at paragraph 3 there, it talks about in 2019, certain PRC officials expressing political preferences and describes them as party agnostic and opportunistic at a riding level. If we go down to paragraph 4, it says in 2021, there was reporting that some individual PRC officials in Canada made comments expressing a preference for a Liberal Party minority government. So again, my question to you is this something of which you were aware during the 2021 election?
We were not. And I would just go further to say it was surprising to us when we were learning this much, much later, that this intelligence existed, given the state of relations between the two countries at the time. Going into both of those writ periods, and Patrick, of course, was dealing the closest with it, but we were all actively working on trying to get the two Michaels home to Canada. We were rallying countries around the world to show up alongside Canada in courthouses in China to in support of the two Michaels who had been arbitrarily detained. So it didn't add up for us when we did see this as something we would have conceived of at the time. I don't know if you want to add anything, Patrick.
No, as the Senior Global Affairs Advisor, I would have been very surprised to see this. As Katie has said, we were in the middle of a widespread global campaign to get the two Michaels home and to deal with China's behavior. The relationship was very tense, and rightly so, because we were defending Canadians. So this would have been very surprising.
You mentioned, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I just think, I think it is worth though also seeing in the language of the summary, we're talking about PRC officials in Canada. That's what it is limited to in terms of this summary.
Correct. Ms. Telford, you mentioned that when you learned of this much, much later. Are you able to say when you learned of this?
I believe this was after the leaks. This was one of the many things.
In the media.
Okay.
And then there were further discussions.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, you can take that one down now. So we're going to go now to some specific briefings on foreign interference that were given, I think we can say, before the leaks and then after the leaks. So starting just with, this probably won't take very long, CAN 10803. So scroll down a little bit until we can see some text. Ms. Telford, I believe these are your notes. Are you able to tell us the approximate date of these notes and what they would have been about?
We believe they were from 2018, thus why a briefing with Minister Gold, who was working on the whole of government plan to protect our democracy, which led to the creation of the panel and site and many more measures, actually. And yes, that's a scribble on the left that says that there were 4 women and 7 men in the room, because I used to track that in meetings.
Okay. Fine. And so you said you believe that, so I take it from that you don't recall this meeting specifically.
I do not.
Okay. You can take that one down. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The next one is CAN Doc 13, please. Apparently it's not. It is, oh no, I'm sorry, we don't have notes for this one. It's just referred to at page 9 of this briefing. So this is a briefing that took place. If you can scroll down to page 9, you'll see the little notation I was talking about. A briefing that took place on February 9th, 2021. So Mr. Travers, I believe you were at that briefing?
I was.
And Ms. Telford as well?
It wasn't uncommon at that point that the Prime Minister would be getting thematic briefings on important topics in the national security space. My recollection of the briefing is that it was a broad discussion of the status of foreign interference. It covered a range of states. It also covered a range of tactics that they employ with respect to foreign interference. And I remember that Don Valley North was raised as an example. It was a very broad update on foreign interference.
Okay. You can take that one down, Mr. Clerk. The next one, so the document I'm going to ask you to pull up, Mr. Clerk, is CAN 017998. And witnesses to situate you, this is a meeting or a series of meetings that took place in the fall of 2022. So we've heard some evidence on this already from the clerk of the Privy Council, and she explained that there were actually 3 separate meetings. One was on September 13th between officials, and then there was a September 28th briefing to PMO, and that was followed by an October 27th briefing to the Prime Minister. So the document I've pulled up now is, again, I think these are your notes, Mr. Clow, from this meeting on September 28th. So I'll ask you to take us through them. Who was present? What was it about?
So I'll start by saying, I said earlier, when officials want us or the Prime Minister to be aware of something they deem of a significant level, they cause a briefing to happen, or they otherwise will come and talk to us. This is an example of that. So a few days before September 28th in 2022, officials reached out through the office of the NSIA, specifically to me and Patrick, and said, we want to talk to you and inform you of a few foreign interference related situations. The first example, which we can actually talk about, it's here unredacted. So the first item they walked us through, there were a series of invitations issued from the Chinese ambassador to Canada to several ministers to have a meeting in Montreal. The meeting were proposed to take place at a business. So it would have been the business, the Chinese ambassador, and the ministers. CSIS became aware of this and informed us that they would be approaching the ministers and cautioning them that this is Chinese tradecraft. This is the type of thing that they might do to try to get a person in a comfortable environment. So they told us about this. We said, and we asked, what are you proposing to do about it? They told us they would be communicating with the ministers. My understanding is, and I obtained this knowledge very recently, the meetings never happened, and I don't believe they were going to happen. But this is an example of the type of thing they would inform us of. The rest of the meeting, which I'm not able to get into specifics about, was also foreign interference related, but it was not federal foreign interference related.
That's helpful. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. You can take that one down, and then we'll just pull up briefly CAN 015842. So these we understand to be briefing notes that were prepared for the CSIS director for the meeting of October 27th, 2022, which was a briefing at this point then to the Prime Minister. And if you can just scroll down again quite quickly. Again, we heard some evidence from the clerk on this morning, but having looked at this document, and I assume you've reviewed it before, as I'm scrolling through it right here, but does this represent your recollection of what took place at that meeting?
So the short answer is no. These bullet points, which we only saw in preparation for the appearance here, have very little resemblance to what the Prime Minister was told in that briefing of October 27th. Some of the topics in that October 27th briefing matched the briefing that Patrick and I received in late September, a month earlier. As I said, these were not federal election foreign interference related. So the answer is no. A lot of this information was not specifically presented to the Prime Minister in that briefing.
I think it's worth noting, I mean, just the format of this note and everything. I mean, this is not what an assessed intelligence briefing note looks like, right? These are talking points that haven't gone through any kind of vetting process. They haven't gone through any kind of sign off or approval process. This stuff has never been sent to us. So whoever these were being prepared for, they chose not to read them or follow them. And we have never heard language like the stuff that is in this document. So for what it's worth.
Okay.
Okay, can you go back at the top, please? I just want to see. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Clerk, the next one I'd like to look at briefly is CAN 4079. So if we can scroll through that one sort of slowly so that the witnesses can process it. This one also seems to be a document relating to the briefing that took place that date. Are you able to say whether this represents information that you believe was conveyed on October 27th?
Generally speaking, this does not resemble what the Prime Minister was told on the 27th.
Okay.
Yes, China was very much a part of that briefing, but not the specific information you're seeing here.
Okay. Then the last document we'll pull up on this topic is CAN 009803. So again, these are some handwritten notes, and this time I believe they're your notes, Ms. Telford?
There.
Okay, what can you tell us about what you may have been writing or trying to write in these notes?
So the parts of this that I do recollect and can expand on, I think it's, to the right, you can see that I'm referencing that there were 3 different cases that were being discussed. And the bragging is not doing was a source of some conversation that you can have intelligence where someone might be saying that they're doing something which doesn't actually mean that they have done it, was something that we were being briefed on and had some conversation around. We were obviously talking about the threshold for interference as well in any number of things that we were talking about. We already talked earlier about how there can sometimes be incorrect analysis or intelligence that we see. But to be honest, I can't put it all together, both because of the classified nature of the briefing, but also because I'm not entirely certain what I have down there.
Okay, and the line that says amplifying CPC narrative, do you have any recollection of what that may have been about?
Not really. Looking back and putting it together with some of the other information that we have from, including Mr. Clow's notes, I believe I'm actually referring to the Chinese Communist Party there.
So the CCP?
It could be, yes.
Okay. Okay, so we can take that one down. And now we're going to move into some briefings that happened in the post-leak period. I'm sure there were a number, but we'll only go through a few of them. So the first one, Mr. Clerk, I'll ask you to bring up CAN 004495. The date of this briefing or meeting is February 21st, 2023, I believe. And once again, we'll ask you to go through it fairly quickly so the witnesses get an idea of what the document is about, and then I'm going to pull up another one. Okay, I think we can probably take that one down now, and I'll ask you to pull up CAN 017675. And scroll down to the second page of that document. So here we go. I think, Mr. Clow, these are, again, your notes, and they're from this meeting that happened on February 23rd, 2023. And given that they are your notes, I'll ask you to take us through them in some detail.
So to situate ourselves again, the media leaks are well underway at this point. The Globe and Mail had a very big story just a few days before that. So similar to the March 2023 meeting where officials met with the Prime Minister to do a deep dive on what had appeared in the media, this was the staff version of that. So Jeremy and I had been approached by the NSIA. We met with the NSIA, we met with the director of CSIS, and we talked through what had appeared in the media and additional intelligence. Again, there are no recommendations here. There was no really new information here, but we discussed things like what was true, what was not in the media. How we looked at the flow of information. You'll see some notes at the bottom here. JT is Jody Thomas, will do better at flagging what should be read. There's an acknowledgement very much so at this point that given a whole bunch of information is appearing in the media that we had not seen. That's obviously something that was being considered and looked at. I'll point out DV did not make that advice, would never have. That, I believe, is a reference to the director of CSIS stating that he made no recommendation, CSIS made no recommendation in the Don Valley North situation when it presented information to the Liberal Party in 2019. But again, you see here what type of meeting this was. Jody Thomas, in that discussion I wrote down, we're examining policy advice on whether to recommend to political leaders to take action. There was no decision in that meeting. It was that type of discussion and reflection was going on. What I will add in relation to the speaking points that you just showed and which became a big news story here in Ottawa yesterday, once again, most of the information in that document was not, that briefing note, which was for the CSIS director, most of what was in that document was not relayed to us in that meeting, particularly the very stark conclusions at the bottom of the document. So it again speaks to a briefing note presented to somebody who's briefing us does not necessarily mean that the person briefing chooses to actually relay that information.
Can I add just I mean, at the time the leaks were happening, I mean, what happens with the leaks is that pieces of intelligence reporting get sort of taken out of context and put out there. That was happening for us in the same way that it was happening for the general public. We were learning things in these leaks. We wanted to try to work with the intelligence agency to recreate the mosaic of information that usually surrounds intelligence, other pieces of intelligence, context on the sources, all that kind of stuff, to understand what's the full story, what's the full picture that we can have here. You don't get that with the leak. And I mean, that's the speaking points, I was like, I'm not sure why they would have been prepared for this meeting, because this meeting was always supposed to be about the intelligence officials working with us to help us better understand the context of the information that was now out in public. That context, which of course wasn't included in the links, but you know, this was the only way to sort of properly understand it all.
Okay, and if we can just scroll down to the rest of that document, so it's up on the screen. Sorry, Mr. Cloud, did I interrupt you? You were about to say something.
I was going to make a point about another note, but I'm happy to speak about this one as well.
Okay, there's just the last paragraph that we didn't touch here. Mr. Cloud, can you give us your recollection of, I believe, what Mr. Vigneault had said there?
So because in this meeting, amongst other meetings, we were digging into what was in the media, my recollection is this is the CSIS director confirming that the allegations about 11 candidates had not been briefed up to a certain level until media began asking questions about it. And similarly, if you scroll back up, there's a confirmation from the CSIS director where it starts with 250,000. There was a lot of media reporting that either said or implied that $250,000 went directly to candidates. And the CSIS director confirmed there, it had already been confirmed to us, but confirmed once again, there was no conclusion of that by CSIS.
Okay. I think that's probably good for that document. The next briefing I was going to take you to was March 20th, but I think we covered it earlier on in a different context, talking about the challenge function. So let's go to March 28th. Mr. Clerk, that's CAN 017672. Oh, we seem to be missing a CAN 017672. Should we take a minute? I do want to bring this document up, so let's just take a minute and make sure that the clerk has the document.
We'll go to
Yeah, just probably in 1 minute. Thank you.
Order, please. À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît. This hearing will be recessed for 5 minutes. The sitting of the Foreign Interference Commission is back in session. Cette séance de la Commission sur l'ingérence étrangère a repris.
the last document have been found.
It has been. Apologies, Commissioner, you can dock that from my time. So the document, actually, there's two. So I'll ask you to bring up the first one, Mr. Clerk, and then I'll ask you to bring up the second one in short succession. So the first one is 19497, please. Okay, so you'll see there a text box that says briefing on intelligence report relating to allegations in media that Han Dong advised the PRC to extend the detention of the two Michaels. That's a summary of the intelligence that is redacted on that page. Then, Mr. Clerk, the next one is 19498. So again, these are pages from Mr. Clow's notebook. And that document, when it's pulled up, will show some notes taken that day. So, Mr. Clow, I'll ask you to, again, explain what the discussion being had here was, and in particular, the lines that refer to want CSIS not to have final say, need to understand, and then
The first document you showed, entirely redacted, were my notes of reviewing the so-called transcript of the conversation between Han Dong about, which included the very significant and explosive allegation that Han Dong had asked a Chinese official to delay the release of the two Michaels. Media started asking us about that in late February, early March of 2023. We immediately tried to figure out what the facts were. I will point out once again, we had not heard about this until the media began asking questions. Here, this is now a month later, when after the story had been published and Han Dong has stepped aside to clear his name, and we had a number of conversations about how we can get the truth out about this document so that it could be known that Han Dong did not actually advocate for the delay of the release of the two Michaels. So when you see me say options to declassify, it's because we were having a discussion. I don't specifically remember who was in the meeting, but the NSA was certainly there. We are asking ourselves, and officials are also asking, is there a way to put this information out in the public? At this time, the conclusion was no, it cannot be made public. So we couldn't actually, in a clear way, defend Han Dong against this allegation, which was wrong. Want CSIS to not have final say. Again, it's the same version, a version of the same thing, that if a document is leaked to the media, it appears in the news, that can't be the last word. There should be a way to get more facts out so a person can defend themselves and so Canadians can know the truth. So that's what these notes reflect.
Pardon me, just has been briefed, to whom did you refer?
I'm not sure what that refers to.
And just at the top, is it David? David then?
I'm also not sure. Clearly, I'm writing these notes very quickly. It could be David McGuinty, or it could be David Morrison. Those are David McGuinty as chair of NSI COP, David Morrison as former NSIA, and at that point, Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs. It could be that we were wanting to discuss with one or both of them, but I'm speculating at this point. I don't remember.
And you don't recall whether there have been any discussion about David? No?
I don't recall what that refers to.
And you don't know neither if has been briefed, referred to David?
I don't recall.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Clerk, you can take that one down and pull up CAN 017676. So this is the last document I'll be asking you about today. These are notes from a meeting that happened on May 18th, 2023. Mr. Clerk, if you can just scroll down to the page where we can see things. Okay, there we go. So we heard some evidence again from the clerk this morning about this meeting, but Mr. Clow, these are your notes, so I'll again ask you to go through them and help the commission understand in our remaining, I think it's about 3 minutes, what was going on in this meeting, who was there and what was being said and why.
So this is a similar kind of meeting to earlier meetings I talked about well after the media leaks and media stories. This meeting specifically was for several ministers. You see Minister Blair, LeBlanc, Joly, and Mendicino. The Prime Minister wanted to, he and we were getting frequent updates on what was appearing in the media, what was true, what was not true. And the Prime Minister wanted to ensure those 4 ministers were also just as up to speed as we were. All of them were to significant extent, but so much information was coming out so fast. This meeting was organized to go through many of the different allegations that were in the media.
Okay. So I think you'll see here around the middle of the page, Indian FI in 2019, something, something, some and opportunistic, Pakistani, some in 19, and then Russia, Iran. The next part says no threats of physical harm to MPs or families, would cross line. Then there's a part about, and again, this seems to be referring to the PRC's potential partisan preferences. Scroll down again, not coordinated across the country, ridings, individuals, WeChat. It goes through the 11 candidates. So essentially you're saying this was a briefing to get the ministers up to speed?
Exactly. And to also discuss, as we constantly were at that time, what could we be doing about this? What should we be doing? Are there actions that should be taken? Is there options to make any of this information public? You'll note that I note Marco Mendicino stated we did not report or assess that Dong suggested not releasing the two Michaels. It's another example where that was confirmed to us internally, but we were not able to say that publicly at that time. I will note the first section of notes up there, that's me noting down what CSIS officials are telling us. And a lot of that information we had been presented in some other way, but it could have been the first time some of those ministers were learning some of those specific details.
Okay, thank you. I believe that's all my time, so those are all my questions for today.
Thank you. So it's 3:39, so we'll take the break. 20 minutes break, so we'll come back at 4.
Order, please. Alors, s'il vous plaît. This hearing is in recess until 4 o'clock. The Foreign Interference Commission is back in session. Cette séance de la Commission sur l'ingérence étrangère a repris.
Just before we start, I have been informed that some parties would like David Vigneault to be recalled as a witness to be questioned on a document that was not available at the time he testified. I will hear the parties' representations after the cross-examinations. So make sure if you have to get instruction, to receive these instructions between now and then. Because as you know, tomorrow is our last day, in principle. You can go on. Oh, no, it's a cross-examination, I'm sorry. It's counsel for Andong.
Good afternoon, witnesses, and good afternoon, Madam Commissioner. My name's Emily Young. I'm counsel to Han Dong. And we just want to go into a little bit more detail on a few of the matters you discussed with Ms. Chaudhry earlier. Starting with Mr. Broadhurst, you've spoken about the practice of busing potential voters to nomination meetings in your interview and testimony before the Commission. And this was, of course, in the context of intelligence that referred to allegations around busing in the 2019 nomination race in Don Valley North. Do you recall that?
I do.
In your interview, you described busing potential voters to a nomination vote as common practice. Is that right?
That is correct.
It's fair to say the objective of busing or providing other transportation to voters is to make it as easy as possible for party members to vote in a nomination contest.
Correct.
This is especially important for voters who might have difficulty getting to the polls, like seniors or students.
Yes, I could think of other examples as well, but those would be two primary ones.
So it's normal to see busing, other forms of group transportation in the nomination context.
In a contested nomination, it would not surprise me at all to see buses or other forms of transportation.
Right. And there's nothing contrary to the applicable party rules about busing potential voters in itself.
Well, if the busing is being arranged by one of the candidates, it would be an expense related to their nomination. At the end of a nomination campaign, they file an audited expense return, and it would obviously have to be accounted for. It is not unusual for, or not unheard of, certainly for other groups to provide busing. For example, I can think of examples where if a riding has a significant post-secondary institution in it, a young liberal club on the campus might provide busing for anybody to go to the nomination, not irregardless of who they intended to support, as a way of encouraging student voting, for example, in a nomination. But if it is being organized by the contestants in order to bring their, who they believe to be their supporters to the polls, they should account for the expense of it.
Okay. And that would be done in the ordinary course?
Correct.
This question is more so directed towards Ms. Telford, given the discussion that you've had about the challenge function to intelligence and the importance of context in understanding intelligence. Is it fair to say that the fact that busing is a common practice in nomination campaigns is political context about how nominations work that intelligence agencies might not be fully aware of?
I'm not sure I can speak to the specifics of our conversations, but we certainly do have conversations and back and forth around political context. And obviously, we certainly talked about this.
Right. And so the point I'm trying to make is that the intelligence agencies might not have that context before speaking to somebody like you about that?
We have certainly discussed with some of the senior security officials that there is more learning to do as it relates to political processes, and we've tried to help with some of that clarification where it makes sense, and I'm sure other party representatives have too at various points.
And this type of political context about, the commonplace nature of using buses and other forms of transportation in a nomination race, is it fair to say that this is context that the media and the public more broadly might also not know about how nominations actually work on the ground?
I can't speak for everyone on that, but I think generally speaking, that is true. Nominations are not widely understood processes. They're slightly different in different parties. Very contested nominations in particular are different than nominations that might happen that are less contested, less competitive, where there are multiple candidates, urban versus rural. Like there's all kinds of different things that come into play in nominations.
Okay. And so would it be fair to say that this lack of understanding about the nomination process could contribute to misunderstanding something that's a normal part of that process as something that is nefarious?
I think that's possible.
Okay, and for Mr. Broadhurst again, a couple of questions about the Liberal Party rules that were in effect in 2019. Am I right that those who are 14 years or older could become members of the Liberal Party and vote in a nomination contest?
That's correct. We refer to them as registered Liberals, yes.
And the party allows these, perhaps you might call them youth members, to join partly to promote engagement.
That's correct. It is a deliberate policy choice of the Liberal Party that's been validated through votes at conventions, stuff like that, to have a larger voting pool than is allowed just in an Elections Act, in a general election campaign.
And in order to vote in a nomination contest in any given riding, a potential voter has to show proof that they are a resident of that riding.
That is correct.
So that's not a requirement that a potential voter be a Canadian citizen in order to vote.
That is correct.
It's about where the potential voter lives.
Correct.
And it's not a requirement about where that potential voter might go to school, for example.
Correct. One can imagine going to a school and not live, which is one riding, and living in a different riding, especially in an urban environment.
So you've given evidence earlier today that the Liberal Party didn't uncover anything unusual about the 2019 nomination contest in Don Valley North when you asked some of your staff to look into it further. Is that fair?
Yeah, there were no reported irregularities. There were no widespread challenges at the meeting. The meeting was efficiently run. No one challenged the conduct of the meeting or the outcomes after the fact.
Including Mr. Dong's opponent, Ms. Bangu Jiang.
Correct.
Okay. So now I'll turn to a couple of brief questions about the allegations in the media around the two Michaels issue, I think we can call it. And these are mainly for Mr. Clow because he takes such diligent notes. So Mr. Clow, you gave evidence that there was a meeting on March 28th, 2023 about allegations in the media, including the two Michaels allegation, correct?
Correct. It was one of several meetings on the topic, or where it came up.
And in either your interview or previous in-camera testimony, you gave evidence that there actually was no transcript of the call that was the subject of the media allegations. It was just a summary. Is that right?
That's right. That's what I said.
And I take it that summary was in English.
Yes.
And so that's why Ms. Telford would have explained to the commission earlier that there were some concerns about the translation that would have occurred from Mandarin to English in preparing that summary.
Yes, and some of those questions I believe were publicly raised.
And the concerns about the translation issue were never resolved.
They were not.
Mr. Clow, you described in your earlier testimony the reporting of the 2 Michaels allegation as explosive, and you said that the reporting did not accurately reflect the intelligence about the call. Is that fair?
Yes.
Throughout these hearings, we've heard testimony from a number of witnesses, including the CSIS director, deputy ministers, senior public servants, about the significant limits on the reliability of intelligence, how depending on the sourcing of the intelligence, corroboration of the intelligence, it might be much more or less reliable. Is it fair to say that when we're considering intelligence, it has to be considered in light of these limitations? I'll direct that to Mr. Clow.
I would agree with that, yes.
So, Mr. Clow, what you have said before the commission is that the media coverage on the 2 Michaels issue was not even an accurate reflection of what was in the intelligence on this matter.
That is my belief and understanding, yes.
And you gave evidence earlier that you and your team even had some discussions about whether material should be declassified to correct what had been reported in the media. Is that right?
Yes.
And that was because the allegation that Mr. Dong had advised a senior Chinese diplomat in February 2021 that Beijing should hold off on freeing the 2 Michaels was not true.
That is my view, and I believe that's reflected in the public summary that's been released.
But until this commission, you weren't able to make this known publicly.
Correct.
Okay, those are our questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one is counsel for Michael Chung.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll start with Mr. Broadhurst, please, and I'll ask that well, just before I turn up the document, I want to ask you some questions to understand better what you told the Prime Minister at that meeting in late September 2019. But I want to take great care that we don't stumble into anything that you're not able to say in this forum. And I think the way to help you with that is to show you the document that Ms. Chaudhry showed you earlier, which is CAN 005461. So I'll ask that that be pulled up. And just stop there for the moment. So you'll recall, and it says there on the corner of the document, these are notes for briefing from the site TF to the secret cleared Liberal Party representatives. And you've already explained that those representatives then came and spoke to you, and you passed it on to the Prime Minister. So what I'm proposing is that I'm going to go through each of these points, and if you can confirm or explain whether or not these were things that you passed on to the Prime Minister. Okay. So starting with the first one, allegations of foreign interference by China in Don Valley North Liberal nomination contest. I think we already have that. You passed that on.
That there were allegations, yes.
Thank you. The next point, you can see there's a summary here. And the summary says buses being used in support of Mr. Dong at the direction of PRC officials in Canada. So did you advise the Prime Minister that these buses were alleged to be at the direction of PRC officials in Canada?
The question is assuming that the bullet point in the document was conveyed to Mr. Broadhurst and that he had it to convey to the Prime Minister. So perhaps my friend could first ask the witness whether he learned of that piece of information that's in the document that's being shown to the witness.
Well, I think that's exactly the exercise I'm engaged in. So please, Mr. Broadhurst, let us know. Did you know this? And if so, did you pass it on to the Prime Minister?
You used one alleged when you said I would use two alleged.
All right.
That the alleged buses were alleged to have been provided by PRC. The nature of the information was that there was a concern that this plan existed. But at that time, no one was able to say conclusively, or at least no one was able to say to me or the other cleared representatives, yes, these are the buses that we're talking about, and yes, these buses were provided by PRC officials in Canada.
Understood, thank you. And I had your first point already about the buses. I wanted to be sure about the second part, which is that the allegation was that they were at the direction of PRC officials in Canada. Thank you. Going down, please, in the document. There we are. Again, and I know what your counsel said, and I take that point. So this document is indicating that part of the briefing was that there was an assessment that the allegations are consistent with PRC foreign interference activity in GTA. So again, my question for you is that something that you briefed the Prime Minister about?
Yes, but what I would point out here, I think is an important distinction, is that it is saying it is consistent with PRC foreign interference activity in the GTA. It does not say foreign interference activity with respect to election campaigns.
Right.
There are other forms of foreign interference, obviously, and so that I would make that very clear as a distinction.
Understood. Thank you. The next bullet point. In fact, we're there. PRC interference in the GTA likely relies on a densely connected network of PRC-linked individuals. So my question is, did you advise the Prime Minister, or did you know and then advise the Prime Minister about this allegation of a densely connected network of PRC-linked individuals?
I would say that this was not part of the information that we had. Did not get into a network of individuals. So I'll leave it at that. I would say no to that question.
Thank you. And then the next bullet point, maybe scroll up just a little so that we can all see it a bit better. There we are, this interference network. So I've heard what you said. Maybe it's the same answer, but I'll go ahead and ask the question. You see what it's saying here is that the network is centered on 4 communities: candidates, staffers, including campaign officials, local community members, and some kind of PRC official. So my question for you again is, had you been told that, and did you pass that on to the Prime Minister?
Again, I would say no, because we did not talk about a network of individuals at this time. This was really centered on the specific allegation around buses being provided by PRC officials.
Right. So no, you didn't pass it to the Prime Minister, but also no, you didn't know this. Is that right?
It was not part of the information relayed at that time. It was not how the information was presented.
By Mr. Ishmael, if I recall correctly.
Right. Or also when I talked to other intelligence officials, it may be helpful for me to say, I mean, the way it was presented was that there was a belief that there are PRC officials in Canada who have the ability to activate a network of foreign students one way or another, and that there was a fear that that was being used in this case. There was no mention of a broader network of individuals involved in the activity.
Understood. All right, thank you. And I'm done with that document. Thank you very much. My next question is for Ms. Telford. A few days ago, Madame Tessier, the Director of Operations, Deputy Director of Operations from CSIS, was here, and she gave evidence that the service had wanted to conduct defensive briefings of members of Parliament even before the 43rd general election. And I asked some questions about that, and eventually I was told that the service didn't require the government's permission to do that, but would have needed help from the government in coordinating these briefings. And so my question for you is, did the service ask for the PMO's help, or your colleagues' help, to arrange for the defensive briefings of MPs prior to the 43rd general election?
I don't recall an ask for any assistance on that front, because I think we would have, and there's many examples of it, we would have encouraged and welcomed more transparency with members of parliament. And there's a number of examples of where we have encouraged and welcomed that from the agency.
All right. And do any of your colleagues recall receiving such a request from the service?
No.
All right. Thank you. My next question is for Mr. Clow. And this has to do with some evidence you gave in your briefing, in the witness summary about the Buffalo Chronicle. I can pull it up if it's helpful. In fact, why don't we go ahead? It's WIT 069, please. And if you'll go, Mr. Court Operator, to paragraph 54, please. Thank you. I'll just read it to you to remind you, Mr. Clow. It says that you emphasized what you consider to be the seriousness of the Buffalo Chronicle article, and we've heard evidence about that already. And then in his view, in your view, this incident was an obvious example of foreign interference, but because it could not be directly attributed to a foreign state, the government had no available response. So a few questions about that. Firstly, obvious to whom? Because from the evidence that we have seen so far, it doesn't appear to have been obvious to the site task force or to the panel of 5. I'm not even sure that it was obvious to the service. A little harder for us to know that for reasons that we all appreciate. But what do you mean when you say it was obvious? Obvious to whom?
I think it's obvious to anyone who saw what was happening. And this actually has come up in testimony, and folks were aware of it. The site task force, CSIS, others, PCO, were aware of this website, which was based in the United States and was publishing complete lies about the Prime Minister. And these articles were getting spread and shared thousands of times during the election. So that's why I think it was obvious.
Right. Well, and I am aware of the fact, we have heard the evidence that it was in the United States and these articles were being published and they were nonsense. We have all that. But the assertion here is that it was obviously foreign interference, right? And we know that someone telling lies in a foreign country is not necessarily foreign interference for the purposes of our commission, right? So let me ask you this. You have also said that it could not be directly attributed to a foreign state. But isn't it true that it couldn't be attributed to a foreign state directly or indirectly?
The conclusion of officials was they were not able to attribute it to a foreign state.
Right. It's not a question of directness or indirectness. It just couldn't be attributed.
They could not reach their conclusion.
Yes. All right. And then finally, you say here the government had no available response. But we've had Mr. Sutherland's evidence that there was an arrangement with American social media companies, Facebook in particular, and that at the direction of the clerk of the Privy Council, Mr. Sutherland reached out to Facebook, and Facebook suppressed the story. So that was a government response that was available and that was actually exercised. Do you agree?
And I learned of that from Mr. Sutherland's testimony here.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Next one is Counsel for Jenny Kwan.
Morning, good afternoon, sorry. My name is Sajid Chaudhry, and I'm counsel to Jenny Kwan, Member of Parliament for Vancouver East. So I'd first like to go back over some of your testimony earlier this afternoon, and this is sort of a machinery of government or information flow issue, because this is one of the components of this phase of the Commission's work. And so it's about kind of untangling or clarifying the relationship between the clerk, the NSIA, the CSIS director, the PMO, and the Prime Minister. And because there's lots of different entities at the apex of the federal executive involved in matters of intelligence and foreign interference. And so what I thought I heard today, and I'm sorry I don't have a transcript, so I want to go over it again, is can the CSIS, if the CSIS director wants to brief the Prime Minister or the Prime Minister's office, that request can be made through the PMO, through the clerk, through the NSIA, all of the above, some of them. If someone could just confirm how that works, I'd be grateful.
I think it would be customary and our regular experience for the CSIS director to work that out with the NSIA, who would come to us. And I can't think of a time that if there's ever a request to brief the Prime Minister or any of us, that doesn't happen.
And I've noticed that sometimes the CSIS director has met with the Prime Minister directly and he might be supported by his team. In other cases, the CSIS director might meet just with the PMO and senior members of the bureaucracy. Can you help to explain when one or the other happens?
When he brings his team or doesn't?
Or sort of to clarify, when the meeting would just be with the PMO, so members of this, for example, this panel or other colleagues, or would actually involve the Prime Minister himself?
So, as I mentioned earlier, the Prime Minister, if ever any senior official wanted to brief the Prime Minister, particularly the ones you're mentioning, that will be arranged right away. And there are times, however, where they will come and ask to brief any combination of us, depending on the issue or who's around. Sometimes some of us are on the road with the Prime Minister and others of us are back at the office. And so they want to take us through what's coming because it can't be scheduled with the Prime Minister until his return or something else. And it's almost like a bit of a pre-briefing. And you've seen that in some of the outlines of the meeting dates where you can see that staff met with officials and then there's a subsequent meeting with the Prime Minister.
Okay, great. Then on that topic, I'd like to take you to a document that I think we've been discussing. It's CAN 4495. And I think this question is for Mr. Clow because he seems to take extremely careful notes. And so, Mr. Clow, I'm sorry, but I need to just, I understand, we've heard from other witnesses, and I think from the panel as well, that these are talking points. They're not necessarily a memo. They don't necessarily reflect what was said. And you've pointed that out. There's a little bit here that I just wanted to take you through, and I'm sorry I have to do this. It's on, if you start on page 5. If you go down to conclusions, there's sort of 3 bullet pointed conclusions here. So maybe if you could just familiarize yourself with them.
Yeah.
And then
excuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there's 2 bullet pointed conclusions on the next page. And to the best of your recollection, were these bullet points, were these discussed by the director or?
No, these very specifically were not relayed to us in that briefing.
Okay. And then finally, I have a question. I think it's probably best directed at Mr. Travers. And so we've had Deputy Minister Morrison has testified a couple of times, and I think what we've established through his testimony is that that foreign interference in the form of support to a candidate or a party violates international legal obligations that states have towards Canada. It violates domestic law, and that there are, he kind of, the way he put it, there have been, it's been raised dozens of times with foreign states. There have been several diplomatic notes, that's what he said. Are you able to, we weren't aware of any of this until his testimony, and we're wondering if you're able to shed light at all on the ways in which Canada diplomatically engages states that are interfering in Canadian politics.
So I'm not an international lawyer, but certainly the Deputy Minister's articulation of the conventions that guide appropriate diplomatic activity seems accurate to me. While being careful about the details to which we might speak in a setting like this, I will say that this government has been quite public since 2016 about the threat that certain states pose to democracies around the world, including Canada. We've taken a series of measures in Canada to protect our democracy, and we do not shy away from articulating the importance of not interfering in democracy to international partners.
Okay, I think that concludes my questions. Thank you.
Mr. De Luca for the Conservative Party.
Good afternoon. This is a question for the panel. Am I correct that in your roles in the PMO's or the Prime Minister's office, you each have security clearances necessary to be briefed on the most serious matters of national security, including foreign interference in Canada elections?
Yes.
Yes.
And did I understand correctly that in addition to your roles in the Prime Minister's office, your evidence is that you each took leaves of absence from your government jobs in order to support the Liberal Party of Canada campaigns in the 2019 and 2021 elections?
Yes.
Sorry, I should intervene. I am the exception. I am the exception. I did not take a leave of absence. I remained in the Prime Minister's office during both election periods.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. And for the three that did, to be clear, your leaves of absence and your jobs during your leaves of absence would have been hopefully to re-elect the Liberal candidates, and in particular, that included the Prime Minister?
Yes.
Okay. And during your leaves of absence, for those of you who took leaves of absences, did any of you during those RIP periods have occasion to speak to or communicate with the clerk or other members of the, with the clerk or other members of the PCO relating to government business?
Not in my case.
No.
I've already said that I spoke to officials with respect to the information provided to the party.
Sorry,
By the site task force, that I clarified with officials just to ensure that we had accurate information that was being conveyed to the party pursuant to the protocol.
and this was in relation to the Handong allegations
Correct.
in 2019?
Correct.
Okay. So can I get CanDoc 13 pulled up again? And I'm going to see if I can skip some of these questions because I think they've already been covered off. But just for reference, Mr. Broadhurst, you indicated that after the information was communicated, which originally emanated from CSIS to Mr. Ishmael, then relayed to you, you were the one that were charged with and did actually brief the Prime Minister. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And was there anyone else present in that meeting?
No, there was not.
Okay. And would that meeting have involved any sort of paperwork document, whether electric or hard copy?
No.
It was entirely verbal?
Correct.
Okay.
We did not have it. We never received any paper.
Right. But you didn't prepare any notes for your meeting?
I did not.
Okay. The Prime Minister take any notes?
No, he did not.
Okay.
Again, given that it was confidential information,
Fair
I
enough.
didn't think that was appropriate.
And at the time you had your discussion with the Prime Minister, did the allegations regarding the buses that had been provided come up?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any discussion as to who might have paid for these buses?
I provided the Prime Minister with the information that we had been provided for, which was there was intelligence reporting which suggested that perhaps a PRC official in Canada had provided the buses.
Okay. And that, to your understanding, that would not have been within the rules of either the Liberal Party or the laws of Canada, is that correct?
That would have violated a number of things, yes. Both the, as you say, laws of Canada and our own internal rules.
Okay. And did you, in your discussions with the Prime Minister or perhaps in your own deliberations, did you consider who else might have paid for those buses?
Well, first of all, if buses in fact existed,
Right.
right, which had not been established at that point, I mean, so I'm not sure I understand the question. Perhaps you
Okay.
could.
So the issue of buses came out, the allegation that buses had been provided to bus these foreign students to vote in the nomination contest. And that had been an allegation that had been relayed to you, correct? And you relayed that to the Prime Minister?
Correct.
So my question to you is, did either you alone or with the Prime Minister consider who might have paid for those buses if they were in fact, if they had in fact been used, and assuming it wasn't the PRC?
Right, well, buses, as I testified before, buses at a nomination meeting are not an unusual thing. They could be paid for by the candidates themselves. They could be paid for by a collection of voters who get together and decide to rent a bus. They could be paid for by a young Liberal club or a student union or even a school itself if they wanted to encourage it. The fact that the bus was, you say carrying forward students. I mean, there was nothing inherently wrong with transporting foreign students. Foreign students were able to vote if they had properly registered as Liberals in the nomination, if they were residents in the riding. So the matter of who was on the bus was not as relevant as like if was the bus properly or improperly paid for, and we didn't have even evidence that we were talking about an actual real bus at this point.
Madam Commissioner, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm just being told by the interpreters that everybody needs to speak a little bit more slowly. Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. So let me see if I can put it this way. At any point after you received the information from Mr. Ishmael, either alone or with at the direction of the Prime Minister, did you attempt, or did anyone else in the Liberal Party attempt to ascertain, A, if there was a bus, one or more buses, and B, who paid for them?
There were buses at the nomination.
Right.
That is a usual course of events.
We've heard that.
Nobody would have taken account of how many buses. That's sort of irrelevant. We were limited in terms of the types of questioning we could do by the fact that we could not reveal the intelligence at this point, but no one was suggesting that there was busing in of people who shouldn't have been voting, and no one challenged any of the voters. And at the end of the day, individuals would need to, if they pass a certain threshold of expenses, they need to file an audited return, and that would reveal if they paid for the buses. And then otherwise, I mean, as I said, there could be other parties who paid for transportation for people to go to the polls.
Okay, so it sounds like the answer to my question is no, you didn't.
No, I don't think that's right.
Okay, well, I'll ask it again. Did you try to ascertain who paid for the buses that you understood were an issue as a result of that briefing?
I did not have information I did not have a bus that I could point to say who paid for that bus.
You just told me that there wasn't an issue that there were buses.
Right. There's not an issue that there's buses. But if you're trying to say an allegation is this bus was inappropriately paid for by a PRC official, I need to know which bus we're talking about.
That's not the question I asked you, sir. I have your evidence. So
I don't think you do. I don't. But
well, the record will reflect it. So I'm going to ask you this. Let's assume, given the timing of the intelligence as it had been relayed to Mr. Ishmael, then to you, and then to the Prime Minister, we're talking sometime by the time the Prime Minister got it was either at the end of September, beginning of October 2019, correct?
It was 2 days after the Liberal Party members were briefed.
Okay, so can you give us a sense? The briefing document suggests that it was communicated to Mr. Ishmael on September 28 or 29?
I think the 28th is a Friday, and I briefed the Prime Minister on the Sunday.
Okay, so is my math correct? That's October 1st?
I would say it's the 30th of September.
30 days in September.
Sorry?
30 days in September.
Right, so the 28th is Friday.
Yeah.
Sunday would be the 30th.
Okay. So
I think, well, I don't have a calendar in front
that's
of me.
fine. Not terribly important. Am I correct? Let's assume that it was September 30th. Am I correct that had you, and I'm not saying you did, had you in either your own deliberations or as a result of your consultation with the Prime Minister decided for some reason that Mr. Dong had to be removed as the Liberal nominee, am I correct that there wouldn't have been enough time for the Liberal Party to submit another candidate for that riding?
I don't think that is correct, but I would have to go back. There are specific timelines for removal of a name from a ballot.
Right.
I think we were still on the outside ability to do that, but I could be wrong on the math on that front.
My understanding, it's 21 days, and the election was on October 21.
Right. So, I mean, we could have. But also, there are other options which you could disavow a candidate, right? You could, if they're going to appear as a Liberal candidate, but you want to make clear to the public that they will not sit as a Liberal in caucus, you go out and you let the world know that. I mean, that is an option available to you, and we have actually done that in recent election campaigns.
Thank you. Mr. Cloud, this question's for you. I don't have a lot of time left. In your evidence earlier, you made reference to and we saw some notes, you made reference to your notes regarding the so-called transcript of the intelligence briefing. And among the other things you said, from my understanding is that you didn't review an actual transcript. It was a summary that someone had prepared.
What I reviewed, to my understanding, is the only document that existed about this matter. There's only one.
Right.
And it, in my opinion, is a summary, not a transcript.
A summary of what, sir?
Of an,
classified information that is not already in the public summary.
I think I can answer the question, which is a summary of it related directly to the public summary that has been issued to this commission in recent weeks relating to the allegation and media reports that Han Dong supposedly called for the two Michaels not to be released. That's what it was about.
Last question, Mr. Clow, for you. Can you tell us whether, to your understanding, there exists a recording of that, of the communication that gave rise to these allegations?
I'll need to seek guidance on whether I can answer that question.
Sorry, what was the question?
Is there a recording of the intercepted communication between Mr. Dong and what we understand to be a high-level Chinese official?
I'm happy to take the question under advisement and whether an answer can be given.
Sorry, again.
I'm happy to take the question and consider whether an answer can be given.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you. Thank you, panel.
Counsel for the Sikh Coalition, Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon to the panelists. My name is Prabjot Singh. I'm appearing as counsel on behalf of the Sikh Coalition. So, Ms. Telford, I have a few questions for yourself and then a couple for you, Mr. Clow. So, Ms. Telford, you've been with the PMO consistently since 2015, and naturally you would have seen foreign interference activity and the evolution of foreign interference activity in Canada over that time period. Based on your time with the PMO, I think you'd agree that India's foreign interference activity has increased since that time. Is that fair?
Can we look to the summary, the public summary, in terms of what we can say on this?
Yes, I would certainly ask that Ms. Telford be allowed to refer to the public summary.
I don't want to spend too much time on this. If you're not able to answer this question for national security reasons, then we can move on. Is that the case?
I think that's the case.
Mr. Operator, can we bring up CAN 01 5842? So my understanding is that this is a briefing to the Prime Minister that was produced or given in October 2022. Was this briefing or this information, actually before that, can we scroll down actually to the specific section? I believe it's on page 2 at the top. Yeah, right there. So section is redacted and replaced with Government of India officials without specifying whom. And goes on to say that India uses Canada-based proxies, both witting and unwitting, to covertly influence Canadian elected officials, members of the diaspora, and local cultural media outlets. And it goes on to say that Indian officials and their proxies may also specifically target non-Indo-Canadian politicians to advance pro-Indian positions. Was this information conveyed to staff at the PMO or the PM himself?
So this document came up earlier and I testified that the specifics of what's in here were not directly relayed to the Prime Minister in that briefing, but the topic of India did come up in that briefing.
And so was this specific information about the nature of Indian foreign interference conveyed to any members of the staff on the panel in this level of detail?
At any time, you mean? Or in this briefing?
At any time.
Well, I think before the witness answers, it may only be possible for him to answer in relation to this specific briefing.
Sure.
In the specific briefing, the Prime Minister was briefed on specific cases, and that included, I'm going by memory here, 1, possibly 2 India-related foreign interference matters.
And are you able to delve into the details of those specific instances that were reported?
I don't believe I am.
Ms. Telford, did you ever hear any reports or complaints from members of the Liberal caucus outlining observations of Indian foreign interference in their ridings and in their communities?
I've certainly had conversations with caucus members on the subject.
So there have been concerns that were raised and observations by members of the Liberal caucus that were brought to the PMO?
Yes.
And are you able to advise on any follow-up actions or reporting that were done as a result?
I have passed on that information to the extent that there's information to pass on or even flags or cautions. I have passed that on to appropriate security officials.
Okay. And is it your understanding that it's been Liberal and NDP representatives that have been the most targeted or impacted by negative Indian disinformation, particularly the baseless allegations that they are so-called extremists?
I don't think I can speak to that.
So just in terms of your observations, would you agree that it's been Liberal and NDP representatives that have been targeted by Indian media claims that they are so-called extremists or supposedly sympathetic to extremism?
I don't think I can get into specific individuals.
In terms of, so I'm not asking for classified information. In terms of your observations as a political staffer, is it the case that it's members of the Liberal and NDP caucus that have been targeted by these allegations by open source public media from India?
I think we have certainly heard members from both of those parties speak publicly to that.
Okay. And Mr. Operator, can we move to CAN 01 7676? And Mr. Clow, if we scroll down to page 2, I believe, Mr. Clow, I believe these are handwritten notes from a meeting on May 18th, 2023. And so in your handwriting, it says, it makes mention of Indian foreign interference in 2019. And in quotes specifically, it says same, and it says opportunistic.
I think the first word is some.
Sorry?
The first word is some.
Some, okay. So some and opportunistic. Can you expand on what you meant by these phrases and why they were quoted that way?
So when me noting down the key points that were being relayed to ministers about foreign interference in the 2019 and 21 elections, and that included some updates on as it related to India. I don't remember the details beyond that. My interpretation of my own notes is that I wrote down some because the CSIS officials would have said there was some Indian foreign interference in those elections and would have described their tactics and efforts as opportunistic.
Can you expand a little bit on what opportunistic suggests? Or
I'm not able to expand. A CSIS official would have to.
And if we can move to CAN 01 7997. So I believe this is a handwritten notes from a meeting on June 29th. Can you confirm what year this meeting was?
This was 2023.
Okay, and can we scroll down? A little bit further, I believe it might be the next page. A little bit further. Right there. So there's a note here that says PM India. Does that mean that the Prime Minister requested information about Indian foreign interference at that time?
This was a briefing. So as we've testified before, the Prime Minister is briefed by officials when they feel they need to tell him something. For some context, the Chong reference, this was a few days before it was made public by the RRM that there was another disinformation campaign about Mr. Chong. I don't recall what the India update was in that meeting.
Okay, and there's a note that says public inquiry will illuminate some issues. Can you expand on what that means?
So at this stage, while it had not been announced, there were active discussions with the opposition parties about holding a public inquiry. So we were discussing the public inquiry, and I think that's simply a statement that this public inquiry would illuminate foreign interference issues.
Specifically,
but I don't recall the specifics of
and is
why
that
India
specifically
came
in
up.
reference to India?
I don't recall.
Okay. And my final question to all members of the panel. We've heard a lot of evidence over the past couple of weeks about the difficulty in detecting disinformation and foreign interference activity and understanding how this translates into impacts on communities and voting patterns. And this is especially the case when dealing with distinct cultural groups and racialized minorities that access different modes and types of media, who speak different languages and are vulnerable particularly to coercion by proxies. Would you agree that more needs to have been done and needs to be done to understand the unique mechanics and impacts of foreign interference on diaspora communities?
I'll start. I would say it's been a huge preoccupation for the government. When we came in 2015, there was really no infrastructure around this idea of foreign interference in election campaigns. We've tried to build it up in a way that allows for sharing of information, specifically to help in a lot of cases groups that are being targeted by this foreign interference. I think we've also seen that there is a tendency that we have to work against that casts doubt on the actions of particularly non-white communities, and makes them more vulnerable to charges of foreign interference and doubts their ability to fully participate in our democracy. And you have to get the balance right on this stuff, that you're not going too far in sort of othering a group and sort of suggesting that people, new Canadians, recent immigrants, are going to be proxies for undermining Canadian democracy. And so you have to sort of get that balance between protecting people who could be vulnerable, but also don't fall for a trope that says that some people aren't ready to be participating in our democracy.
Would any other members of the panel like to also contribute to that?
I think it's something we've actually spent a fair bit of time talking and thinking about, and I imagine the Commission and many more beyond that are going to keep thinking about and putting the work in. I believe that the senior security officials we work with have also been seized with what they need to do, as many organizations have, to ensure inclusion is part of their thinking. And it's why diversity, going back to, I think, one of your first questions, why diversity in Parliament is so important, because we have seen members of Parliament being able to bring forward experiences from their communities that have informed officials and agencies throughout this town. But there's a lot of work to still do.
Sorry, Madam Commissioner, just to clarify, this is my final question. So would you agree that there are still vulnerabilities in Canada's national security architecture that leaves diaspora communities vulnerable, and there's work to be done on that front?
I have immense faith in our institutions and in the senior officials who are governing them, that I have worked with and gotten to know. But do I think there is more work to do in what is an evolving threat environment? Absolutely. And we've evolved and added to our work and learned from our work over the course of the time that we've been in government. There were no mechanisms like the ones we've been talking about much of the time today before our government was in government, ranging from NSI COP to NSERA, and I know all the acronyms we could go through, but there are the panel itself, the site task force, and so on, and the reviews of that work. All of these things came about in the last number of years, and partly because we've seen threats around the world, partly because it needed to be done and it hadn't been done before. And will there need to be more done in the future? Absolutely, and I know that's part of the work that's going to be considered.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Ms. Sirois for RCDA.
Good afternoon. Guillaume Sirois for the Russian Canadian Democratic Alliance. I see the timer is resetting or somehow.
It's 5 o'clock, so.
Okay, thank you. My questions will be mostly directed to Mr. Broadhurst, but I invite the other panelists to jump in if they have any other comments or clarification to provide. Mr. Broadhurst, during the 2019 general election, you were the national director of the Liberal campaign, correct?
Correct.
And was the result of this election the one you were expecting?
I would have hoped for better. One always hopes for better, but you know, it's hard to tell at the start of a campaign how it's going to play out. I try to refrain from predictions until the votes are in.
But the Liberal government lost 20 seats and the majority it had claimed in 2015, right?
Sorry,
the Liberal government lost 20 seats and the majority it had claimed
Correct.
in 2015.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
And to what do you attribute this result?
I think there are a lot of reasons that Canadians cast their votes, right? I think it is very difficult to boil it down to one thing or the other. Obviously, over the course of that campaign, we were dealing with issues related to SNC-Lavalin at the start of the campaign, and you know, there were a series of events that happened throughout the campaign. We were playing defense in a lot of those cases. At the same time, in the 2019 campaign, I did think that we were able to put forward a set of robust policy positions that was, did get some traction with Canadians, and our opponents did not have, weren't able to capitalize on our rough moments. And so we lost some seats, but we were able to hang on to the majority. But I mean, it's a really hard question to answer in a minute here. So
there are many factors, right?
Many factors.
Okay, I want to pull Can 88, please. The court reporter can show it on the screen. This is a report from the Digital Forensic Research Lab, also known as the DFR Lab, of the Atlantic Council, entitled Assessing the Canadian Information Environment During the 2019 Federal Election. And are you aware of this report?
I have seen it,
Okay.
but I cannot speak knowledgeably about its content.
And so you've seen it in the preparation of this testimony today, or in another context?
I think it was with respect to this inquiry that at some point this document has been pulled up.
Okay, so I'm going to go to page 3, just as an introduction to the report so that we're all on the same page. At third paragraph, we see that this is a forensic analysis of some of the Canadian environment ecosystem in the month before and 3 months following the 2019. I want to also point out some limitations to this study. At paragraph 3, it talks that the research focuses only on Pinterest and Reddit and not other platforms like Facebook. At paragraph 4, it says that the analysis focused only on the Anglophone information environment. And at paragraph 4, again, we see that the analysis only concentrates on content related to the Liberal Party and Conservative Party. And my question is, with these caveats, I believe it's fair to say that it's not an exhaustive analysis, but rather an analysis on a relatively small portion of the Canadian information ecosystem, just by reading this.
I don't think I can really speak knowledgeably at all about this. I'm not even sure what the objective of the study is.
Well, I just pointed it out. It was a forensic analysis of some of the Canadian information ecosystem in the month before and 3 months following the 2019 federal election.
Maybe I'm not smart enough to understand that sentence. I'm just not sure if this is trying to analyze the election or trying to analyze the environment in which the election was taking place.
Disinformation on the internet.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the purpose of the study. So that's why I'm highlighting these limitations.
From what you described and what you read, it seems like a pretty small sample of the threat environment.
Okay. I want to go at the last paragraph of page 3, if possible. This paragraph notes that the DFR lab observed a disproportionate volume of negative content directed at Trudeau and the incumbent Liberal government, and that anti-Trudeau hashtags such as Trudeau must go greatly exceeded the volume and intensity of hashtags targeting any political figure associated with the Conservative, Bloc Québécois, New Democratic, and Green parties. Were you aware of this during the 2019 election?
I can tell you it certainly felt that way sometimes during the 2019 election. I wouldn't have been able to point to any kind of analysis at that time that would have backed that up, but it doesn't surprise me that that's the finding.
And I want to go at the last paragraph of page 10, please. So over the course, this last paragraph, the first sentence says, over the course of its analysis, the DFR lab focused on 2 case studies. The first regards the interchange of virulent anti-immigrant hate speech over multiple platforms and online communities. The second regards the opportunism shown by Russian state media in its Canadian election coverage. First, the interchange of virulent anti-immigrant hate speech over multiple platforms and online communities. Is this something that you felt like was happening as well? Is it the same in one situation?
I think that we were seeing a growth of hate speech, political hate speech, online and otherwise, through both 2019 and 2021, and that there were perhaps for the first time in a while parties within Canada in the Canadian political system who were prepared to try to harness that hate and those anxieties for their own political gain. So it doesn't surprise me that a study of the online environment would reflect society writ large at that point.
Specifically during the 2019 election, there was an increase.
I think we were in an environment where it was increasing. Yes.
And would you agree with the report, the last sentence of this paragraph, that it resembled the Russian information operations conducted against the United States in 2016?
I don't want to pass myself off as an expert on that. As a layperson in the political field, I would say, yeah. I mean, there's a similar, seeing what the United States was going through, where those same sort of prejudices and hatreds were being mobilized for political purposes. Seeing that happen in Canada, there were similarities. Obviously, there have been pretty widespread accusations about Russian interference in the 2016 American election campaign. Hosts of things have been written about that. To the extent that it was being similar feelings were being pushed by Russian information operations. I have not seen specific evidence of that. I would not be surprised to know that there was evidence of that, however.
Okay. That's interesting. I want to go now further down, please, at page 15, under the heading Opportunism by Russian State Broadcasters. It's a bit further down. So now what we've just seen is sort of hate speech / anti-immigrant campaign that hasn't been attributed to Russia officially. But now we're talking about Russian state broadcasters specifically, which is presumably linked with Russia. I want to, in the second paragraph, we talk about the unfortunate blackface situation, which I'm sure you recall. The report says here that although international coverage of the event was generally accurate and balanced, Russian media lean heavily into editorialization. The report further says that this appeared to be a latest move in a concerted anti-Trudeau editorial campaign that had gained steam since RT, Russia Today, had named Trudeau earlier to its list of top 10 Russophobes of 2018. My question is, did you notice at the time of the 2019 election or prior to this election, since 2018 maybe, that there was a concerted anti-Trudeau editorial campaign from Russian media that had gained steam?
We have often been advised that, there are efforts made by Russia, not necessarily directed with any kind of outcome in mind other than the undermining of democracy and the destabilization of the democratic processes. This seems almost consistent with that. It is, in some cases, it's almost infantile in its language and content, but what they often are trying to do is just bring discredit into the system and undermine democracy. And that's a lot of what people would say about the 2016 American race as well. I mean, it is, somebody has earlier said, just because something's interfering from a foreign country doesn't make it foreign interference. I would actually disagree with that, but it's sometimes hard to see the state apparatus that may be pushing something. And in some cases, it may not be a state apparatus. It might be ideologically aligned groups around the world. It might, it's hard to say. So again, I can't speak knowledgeably to specific Russian efforts, but I would say this kind of operation is specifically why there is such great concern about the rapid spread of misinformation and disinformation in election campaigns, and why we've been working both domestically and with our international partners to set up rapid response mechanisms to try to catch these things before they go viral, to try to help, separate legitimate political debate from baseless allegations. I think maybe I'll stop there.
I appreciate your answer. Thank you. And
I'm sorry, you're over your time by 2 minutes already.
And he told me, and I forwarded the email to Commission Counsel that he was generous enough to provide me with his.
So he's giving you, it's 10 minutes?
Exactly. He had to leave, unfortunately, for another engagement.
Okay. So you have another 10 minutes. You have until 5:20.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. So to come back just to your last answer, I understand you saying as the Russian state media aims at amplifying divisive content generally, not only directed to Prime Minister Trudeau or the Liberal Party, but this paragraph certainly seems to indicate that there was a more focused approach against Prime Minister Trudeau than the rest of the political ecosystem.
Yeah, as I say, I've not seen any kind of analysis like that on the government side, but it doesn't shock me that this would be a conclusion that somebody could reach.
But it's not something you witnessed independently prior to hearing this today with me. It's not something you could testify yourself about.
Look, I think that a large part of what we have been concerned about is these types of operations undermining our democratic institutions. So nothing here is shocking or surprising or something that I would take great issue with. Like in terms of, I think this is wrong. No, this generally sounds like the kind of thing that we're worried about.
Okay. Finally, I will be done after that with this document. I want to go with at the first paragraph of page 16, please. We see a mention about an article published by Sputnik International, which is similar to Russia Today and other Russian state media, that published a story about Alberta separatism on October 20, 2019, so one day before the federal election. And the report mentions that the article used coded language, for example, Trudeau's globalist agenda, Trudeau's climate change rhetoric, which is a language that's popular among ideologically motivated activists. And given the timing of the piece, this was likely an attempt to circumvent political advertising restrictions imposed by the EMA on foreign media outlets. Were you aware of this news article at the time of the federal election?
October 20th, 2019.
There was a lot going
election
on,
day.
right?
Was it not?
It was the day before, yeah.
The one day, okay. Oh, sorry, there it is, one day.
Yeah.
I know, so I don't think I was aware of this at the time, no.
Okay. And given the information I presented to you today, do you think it could have influenced voter decisions?
It's hard to say. This is the danger of a disinformation campaign. It presented as a legitimate news source as it jumps from platform to platform, as it starts appearing in people's social media feeds. People will treat it like a legitimate news story, and even though it might be baseless propaganda. So yes, you worry about this influencing. Influencing campaigns when it's, obviously factually inaccurate material.
So is your answer that yes, you worry about that, or yes, it may have influenced some votes?
Yes, I worry about that. I have no evidence around that I can speak to about it influencing this campaign. And I would reiterate, like, I do take the, findings of our intelligence community and the things that we put in place. And I think despite attempts that we ended up having free and fair elections that were where the outcomes were legitimate. But I think all of these pieces show you why you need to continue to be vigilant and why we have to up our abilities.
And do you have the same worry as to whether this information contributed to the federal Liberal Party losing its majority in 2019?
No, I'm not concerned that this ultimately had an impact on the outcome, but I am concerned that this type of thing exists, and I could imagine scenarios when it would impact the outcome. But I don't think that there's evidence in this case to support saying that our campaign was undermined to that extent.
So I think we can certainly agree that the evidence is at least very limited. But as you've noted, as I've presented earlier today, this is a very limited forensic analysis. Do you believe that with more research on this, more forensic analysis like this one on other platforms in the Francophone ecosystem, focusing on other parties like the People's Party of Canada, might we find enough evidence to support that there was actually an impact on the election?
I mean, I encourage all study in the area. I think the government's job is to make sure that it has the ability to assess and have visibility of these types of efforts. And so that's what I think that we need to focus on the government side. But it is because that ability to monitor all the different platforms, social media platforms around the world to capture this stuff, that's a strength that needs to be enhanced in Canada.
And do you think that Canada has that ability right now to make this sort of assessment if, for instance, it contracted out this specific analysis?
I couldn't speak knowledgeably to that. I don't know if I know the answer to that.
And I think we'll look into this issue in the next phase.
Well, I believe they concern the 2019 federal election, but I noted your comment. Thank you.
Next one is Erin O'Toole. Counsel for Erin O'Toole.
My name's Tom Jarman. I'm counsel for Erin O'Toole. And I guess if we could bring up CAN 17675. And the first page there, that's from you, Mr. Clow, is that correct?
Yes,
And it's basically the meeting invite with respect to a meeting that was carried out in PMO on February 23rd of, February 23rd of 2023.
that's correct.
And the attendees listed there as required attendees, did they all attend?
Some of them attended. It was me and Jeremy Broadhurst from PMO. I don't believe Patrick was there.
I don't recall attending.
Okay, thank you.
And it was Jody Thomas and David Vigneault, the senior officials, discussing with us.
Thank you. And if you could scroll down to the next page, please. And so maybe if you just sort of, so we look at the entire page at one time. Thank you. And those are your notes, Mr. Clow?
Yes, they are.
And they are, it's a complete, I was going to say complete summary. It's an accurate summary of the discussion that occurred during that half-hour meeting?
I wouldn't claim that everything written here represents everything said in a meeting, in a meeting even of half an hour. There would be much more notes if every single thing were to be noted down. But these to me represent the significant points that were made.
It highlights all the topics that were covered.
Generally speaking,
during the
yes.
meeting.
Yeah.
Okay. So we can say with a fair bit of confidence that these were the subjects that were covered during that particular meeting.
Generally speaking, yes.
Thank you. And if we could move to then CAN 4495. Just on the first page, let's stay there. And so that's dated February 21st, 2022. I've been told it is a set of talking points prepared by the director of for the director of CSIS, possibly at his direction, possibly not, for this meeting with PMO and about Canada's democratic institutions. Were there any other meetings with the director of CSIS about foreign interference in Canada's democratic institutions during the last portion of February?
During the last portion of February?
Yes.
Not that I recall, not between PMO or the PM, and not in a formal, organized way. It's possible there were conversations. I mean, at this point, the media leaks and media stories were happening on a near daily basis. So we were having constant conversations with officials about what was going on. But in terms of formal sit-down briefings, I believe this was the only one in late February.
So it's possible there might have been hallway side conversations.
Absolutely.
But the only formal thing for which talking points would have been prepared would have been that one meeting, you think?
I'm only aware of the one briefing that the Prime Minister's office was involved in at the end of February. These talking points were prepared for the CSIS director for that meeting. I don't know if other talking points were prepared for the CSIS
Maybe then
director.
if I could ask your colleagues, are you aware of any other meetings during the latter portion of February in which the topic was discussed between the Prime Minister's office and the director of CSIS about foreign interference threats to Canada's democratic institutions?
I'm not aware, I don't think of any formal meeting. I think there were a lot of conversations going on. Until this process, we were also unaware that people were preparing talking points for the meetings. And I think given their lack of use in the meetings, I think maybe the director might have been unaware that people were producing talking points for these meetings. These don't reflect any kind of conversations that we ever have with anybody on the intelligence side.
Fair point. But I guess my question is, were there any other scheduled meetings between the Prime Minister's office and the director of CSIS to discuss this particular
These are all
topic?
tabled in the institutional report, and that is faithful to our experience, what is listed there, including the caveat that there were many other conversations that were not set up as calendarized formal briefings.
I appreciate that. Okay, thank you. And so let's just scroll down a little further to the middle of page 2. And yes, that's it. We see the discussion at that third bullet. Reporting also suggests that on at least one occasion, the PRC transferred approximately $250,000. And you see that?
Yes.
And that is actually referenced in your notes, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And if we could scroll down a little further, actually, can I go back up to the reference immediately above that? At least 11 candidates and 13 staff members. And we see the reference to 11 candidates in your notes. That's there as well.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go down to page 3. That's it, thank you. And here we see in the middle bullet, we've also observed online media activities aimed at discouraging Canadians, particularly Chinese heritage, from supporting Conservative Party leader Erin O'Toole, in particular Stevenston Richmond East candidate Kenny Chiu, some redacted materials. The timing of these efforts to align with Conservative polling improvements, the similarity in language with articles published by the PRC, state media, and the partnership agreements between these Canada-based outlets and PRC entities all suggest that these efforts were orchestrated or directed by the PRC. And it's your evidence that was not passed on during this meeting.
My recollection is that did not come up as a topic in that briefing.
And it's a fairly clear and uncategoric statement, such that if it had, it would likely have been recorded in your notes.
If we had discussed it, I believe I would have made a note of it. Yes.
And are any of your other colleagues aware of such an assertion during a briefing or meeting with the director of CSIS during the last week of February?
No, I would have recalled that.
I mean, I was at the meeting with Brian. I don't believe it was discussed, and this would have stood out because this is not the language that CSIS generally uses when discussing this topic.
And Mr. Travers, do you have any contrary knowledge?
No, I don't.
Those are all my questions. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. So, Human Rights Commission, you gave your time, no?
I gave,
You gave your time to,
I believe I had 5 minutes still.
oh, I was told that you take 5 minutes.
Sorry, yes, I was given 2 minutes and I needed to give 5.
Good afternoon. Can we please pull up CAN 18012? Thank you. Ms. Telford, these are your handwritten notes from a March 20th meeting, is that right?
Correct.
And I assume this is March 20th, 2023?
Yes.
So near the top, you write that there are 2 challenges, effect on people who cannot defend themselves and overanalyzing / underreporting. Can you please explain what you mean by this?
That was a conversation, as you can tell, we would have these conversations, which kind of also puts to bed the whole talking point issue. We would have these conversations and these briefings with senior officials on a regular basis as to sort of what was underlying or potential caveats were to different pieces of intelligence that we were talking about. Effect on people who can't defend themselves, I can't speak specifically, as in I don't recall specifically what I was referring to there or who. But I did reference that much earlier in my testimony, how, you know, some of the time we hear, particularly through security clearances and things, we will hear flags where the individual involved isn't in a position to be able to respond. And so that can be a real challenge. And then overanalyzing and underreporting, I believe that was someone in the room kind of talking about some of the things that we were seeing at this time, and how when you don't have proper context, you can really end up with, if you're just looking at one piece of intel without a whole lot of other context, that can lead to a problem. It can lead you down a wrong path. And, you know, one of the conversations we've had, also going to some earlier testimony, is that, because it's related to these things too, is that if you see an error or know of an error in intelligence, we've had conversations as it relates to this with the director of CSIS and the NSIA about the importance of not correcting and changing the intel in any way, even when you know it not to be true, because of it speaks to the source, and it's actually important to understand, you know, it speaks to the corroboration and validation of the source and of that piece of intelligence, which is why when you have these pieces of intelligence coming out publicly on their own, without any of these caveats associated, it can paint a very different picture than the picture that is being seen otherwise.
All right, thank you. So am I correct in understanding the underreporting, to the best of your recollection, that's about CSIS underreporting or underreporting in the news? It's not about underreporting of community members, like victims of foreign interference?
No, I think that would have been more, this would have all been associated to an intelligence discussion.
Okay, thank you. This can be for the panel at large. Anyone can feel free to jump in with an answer. You testified in cross-examination with Ms. Young that the busing in of voters can occur in the ordinary course of a nomination contest. And just to clarify, and I'm asking only generally in this sense, it would not be in the ordinary course of a nomination contest, would it, for voters or potential voters to be pressured or intimidated to vote a certain way?
That would not at all be in the regular course of a nomination case, and we would take that incredibly seriously. We have tossed candidates out before for allegations of bullying and intimidation.
So am I correct in assuming then that you did not receive intelligence about voters or potential voters being coerced in the context of the Don Valley North nomination contest?
Part of the theory that was put forward is that foreign students would be intimidated into doing the bidding of the PRC official, given their status, their vulnerable status as students who rely on student visas. I am unaware of any specific case where somebody can say, here's an individual who was intimidated in that way. The fact that foreign students voted in the nomination does not, I think, meet the criteria of saying, therefore, they must have been intimidated to do so, since we invite that kind of participation.
Right. Now, and I appreciate you wouldn't know for sure, but I guess I'll rephrase my question. Did you receive intelligence or reports of intelligence or allegations that there was potential coercion of voters?
I have not seen any. The plan was put forward in the hypothetical that this is what somebody surmises is going to happen or was done. It did not have specific points along the way that said, and then we know this must have been somewhere, and we know something happened. So the overarching plan, as sort of laid out, involved getting students to do the bidding of the PRC official because they are vulnerable, whether that's through physical coercion or just, intimidation around the visa or whatever. But we were not provided with the information that actually happened, just that there was intelligence reporting that the plan existed to do that.
Okay, so you did receive reporting that the plan existed?
Correct.
Okay. Did you brief
Time is over, so it's going to be your last question.
Okay, no problem. Did you brief the Prime Minister about that?
That is what I briefed the Prime Minister about.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Attorney General?
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. So my first question is primarily for Mr. Broadhurst, but I encourage others to contribute. The Commission's heard evidence from Mr. Kenny Chu and Mr. Aaron O'Toole about the alleged impact of certain media articles in 6 to 9 ridings in the 2021 election. They asserted that the Conservative Party lost those ridings because of foreign interference. Mr. Broadhurst, I believe you spoke already about the Conservative Party's position on China as a factor in the 2021 election, but can you please comment more broadly on Mr. Chu and Mr. O'Toole's assertion, first by addressing how the respective policy positions of the Liberal and Conservative parties were being received in the Chinese Canadian community and in those specific ridings?
Yes. As I mentioned before, it was observed by many, both within the Chinese Canadian community and outside of it, that the Conservative Party adopted a shift in its policies towards China in the run-up to the 2021 election campaign. Conservative Party, I don't think it's contentious to say, had for well over a decade been trying to make inroads within Chinese Canadian communities in ridings across the country. And in some cases, those efforts had resulted in some electoral success. What had changed in the rhetoric that was now being used under Mr. O'Toole's leadership was a shift from just a criticism of the Communist Party regime in Beijing to something that was setting up kind of a values fight that said, that people were interpreting as saying that, that Chinese values and Canadian values were somehow incompatible, and that Canada needed to have sort of a moral-based approach to China that sort of rejected the values that were coming out of China. And so in a way it was moving from a regime-based criticism to sort of a be fearful of China and its power writ large. That's a point of debate. I will acknowledge that, but that is the debate that was going on. And it was turning off the Canadian Chinese community, particularly at a moment when the Chinese Canadian community was very vulnerable. We had instances of anti-Asian hate crimes were at an all-time high at that point, largely around anger around COVID and misattribution of responsibility on that front. You also had the Conservative Party. There was a member of the Conservative Party, a member of Parliament, who came out and questioned the loyalty and commitment to Canada of Dr. Theresa Tam, saying that she should go back to China, right? And the Conservative Party under Aaron O'Toole refused to remove. This was MP Derek Sloan from their caucus at that point. This was all creating a bit of a toxic brew that said all of these courtship that we'd been gone through for 10 years was sort of getting thrown out the window. We're starting to see maybe what you really think of the community. Again, point for debate, but that was out there. We were hearing that at the doorstep. We were hearing that on the ground in the very ridings that Mr. O'Toole was talking about. Part of the appeal that the Conservatives had traditionally done to that community was sort of a law and order based appeal. That was also undermined over the course of this campaign because what was the top law and order issue was the issue of gun control. The Liberal Party was putting forward gun control plans. The Conservative Party was opposing them. There was very public video out there of Aaron O'Toole making commitments to the pro-gun lobby. And so that felt, again, like almost of a betrayal of the commitments that had been made to the community. So that was also in the mix there. You add in the fact that it was COVID time. Incumbents that had maybe come in 2019 didn't get the chance to really sort of establish what you would sometimes think is the advantage of incumbency, right? There were no festivals and fairs and high school graduations and these things that an incumbent MP links into their community. So in a riding like Richmond-Stevens East, it had been Liberal in 2015. Our candidate, our sitting MP, had some well-publicized ethical challenges in the lead up to the 2019 campaign, and he lost to Kenny Chiu. Kenny Chiu never really, I think, had the opportunity to sort of bond with the community that he now represented. Add to that, across the board, we saw an 8% drop in voter participation between 2019 and 2021. In a riding like Richmond Stevenson East, I think it was about 5 or 6%. So you're already taking votes out of the system. You had a riding that was swinging back and forth. You had a party that was being perceived by the community outside of whatever was happening on WeChat, but in mainstream media across Canada as having taken a hard line position on China, and that was standing with the gun lobby rather than scared citizens in urban centers. That, to me, is the simplest explanation of what happened in these ridings. And I think to sort of say the only thing that could explain it was put some editorial content on WeChat that may or may not have been directed by PRC, I think is just sort of ignores too much evidence at that time.
So my last question is to ask you specifically about predictive modeling. And the Commission heard from Mr. O'Toole that predictive modeling was one of the indicators of the impact of foreign interference in those 6 to 9 ridings. And because the results in those ridings were different than what the model the Conservative Party used had predicted, therefore the foreign interference had an impact in his view. Do you have experience with modeling? And if so, can you comment on that assertion?
Sure. We've been, the Liberal Party, we've been using pretty sophisticated predictive modeling for the past 3 election campaigns. But models are just made by people, right? You're taking thousands, millions of different pieces of data, ranging from past election results, StatsCan information, historical trends, the results of door knocks and phone calls, and you're putting it into the sausage grinder and trying to predict, how is this person going to vote? How is this person going to vote? And the weight you give to each of those pieces of information is a human choice along the way. We have found that tinkering with the numbers just a little bit produces widely different results. At one point, we were in a campaign where we had 3 predictive models going to challenge each other to sort of see if we were getting it right. You don't have models as a sort of a parlor game to guess who's going to win the election campaigns. You're using them to help you make resource allocation decisions along the way. I can't imagine a model that would have, based on what I just said previously, that would have told you that those 8 or 9 seats that Mr. O'Toole is talking about were in the safe category. If it is, you should be questioning your model at that point. But I can tell you what we were looking at was saying that they were hotly competitive races. So what do? You start making decisions about how you're going to deploy staff into those ridings. You start making decisions about upping your digital advertising in those ridings. You start making decisions about, maybe I'll send a minister into that riding to boost things, or maybe even the prime minister will go to those ridings. And you can do that literally up to the last hour of a campaign, especially now with digital advertising. And so it's not a static thing that comes through. And what your model's not going to get is what your opponent's doing in those last few days of a campaign. So you fight to the end, and then people cast votes for whatever reason that they cast votes, and you see who won. The model can only just help you decide, where am I going to put finite resources? And I think to sort of sit back and say, wow, those were comfortable wins for us and we lost them all. The only explanation is there's a problem in the riding. I think that just sounds like an excuse to me. It sounds like, you're something wrong with your model, or your people just weren't observing what was happening on the ground. We knew those were close fights. We put the resources in to win them, and we won them.
Madam Commissioner, sorry, I realize it is late in the day, but I would just ask that if the witnesses can just speak a little bit slower for the interpreters. Thank you.
Those were my only questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Maître Chaudhry, any re-examination?
None.
No. Thank you all. As I said, you're free to go. As I said, I will hear your representation on the requests that have been made this morning with respect to calling back Mr. Vigneault. So we'll take a 5 to 10 minutes break just for you to organize the way you will present the request. I suggest that you try to identify a few of you that will make the representation, although I cannot make the choice for you, but just for avoiding repeating. It's already 5:45, so if we want at the end to have time to react, if I decide to call back Mr. Vigneault, then I think it's better not to finish at 7.
Order, please. Alors, s'il vous plaît. This hearing is in recess and for 5 minutes. La séance est en pause jusqu'à 5 minutes. Foreign Interference Commission is back in session. Cette séance de la Commission sur l'ingérence étrangère a repris.
So who will present the request?
Hi, Madam Commissioner. We've actually split it in two. I'm just going to open it, and then Tom is going to handle the bulk of the submissions.
Okay.
Essentially, I just want to start off by, framing this is essentially a request for reconsideration of Human Rights Coalition's motion yesterday. And just to give a bit of a history, we requested, after we received these CSIS documents, after the conclusion of CSIS witnesses' testimony and site task force testimonies, we requested that these witnesses be recalled so that we can cross-examine them on these new documents. We raised concerns right after the decision to allow written questions that this wouldn't provide the opportunity to ask follow-up questions like a cross-examination would. And what's come out in direct examination today is essentially that these documents were not, in fact, briefings, they were notes. And with respect to CAN 4495, CAN 4079_R01, and CAN 15842, the parties need to understand first of all, what is the nature of these documents? Are these briefings? Were these notes? What is CSIS's testimony in terms of what was told to the Prime Minister's office? If he did not share the information contained in these briefing, presumably notes, why not? Who wrote them, at whose direction? There are many unanswered questions, and these all will likely involve follow-up questions as well. So the importance of cross-examination has become increasingly clear today.
Yes, Commissioner, Commissioner, it's Tom Jarman. The difficulties illustrated very clearly in CAN 4495, and it's also true with respect to CAN 15842. Both those documents in the database are identified as briefings to the PM. They're not identified as talking points, and nowhere in the document does it actually say they're talking points. They are briefing notes. And today we heard for the first time that, in fact, they're talking points. We heard that from Madame Charette. Now, I'm assuming that she has a better understanding of how these things are framed maybe than I do. But that's her conclusion is consistent with what the evidence of Mr. Clow was today. And consistent in this regard is there's a significant disagreement between CAN 4495 and what took place during that actual meeting. CAN 4495 has very explicit statements with respect to what happened in the 2021 election regarding foreign direct interference. It actually has the analysis and the reasoning that led to the conclusion. And as my colleague, Mr. Chowdhury, pointed out, there are some very clear statements of recommendation that are included there. But again, none of that is covered in the notes that Mr. Clow gave, and his evidence and the evidence of his colleagues is very clear, and I take it at face value. They would have remembered if something as clear as this had been given. So the point is that what are these things? And if the service is actually of a view that this is its assessment of the facts that occurred, why wasn't it presented? So we need to lock down the service's position one way or the other, determine how they were presented, and then if Mr. Vigneault is going to disavow these comments, understand why he's going to disavow them, and understand what his actual view actually is. And the difficulty with this is written questions are not going to allow that sequence of events to occur.
Yes.
Madam Commissioner, I just want to add two quick points. The first is that I think that the benefit of having Director Vigneault come back in a structured way is that it would enable the Commission to answer some questions that are core to this part of its mandate. The first is whether there was whether CSIS was of the view that there was interference in the 44th general election. And the second is the issue of information flow. So let's say that there was the view developed within the service that there was interference, but somehow that information didn't make it to the Privy Council office or the Prime Minister's office, then the question would be why? And I think answering both of those questions would be important for your May report. And so having the director come back to allow us to ask him questions directed at those two components of your terms of reference in relation to these three documents is proportionate and we think would be appropriate in the context. The other point we might suggest, Madam Commissioner, and this is up to you and your team to consider, but there has been some discussion among council about Minister Blair's testimony and whether it is perhaps best in the circumstances. Minister Blair might have considerable evidence to provide of relevance for, let's say, the hearings in the fall. It might be, and given what we've heard from Deputy Minister Stewart about public service, about public safety's role in this kind of cluster of institutions, it might be that Minister Blair's evidence isn't as important for this round as it is for the fall, and perhaps that time could be used to recall Director Vigneault, Minister Blair's witness summary, interview summary, and summary of in-camera evidence can be put in by way of affidavit, as a suggestion.
Thank you. Any other representations? But I'll go to AG after.
Skip Van Aert for Michael Chong, just briefly to say that another point to consider in my submission is, I think it was Mr. Clow today who expressed concerns about how these briefing notes have been covered in the media since they came to light. I understood him to say that he was concerned about that because he didn't think that they represented what the PMO and the PM had been told. So again, if there is that discrepancy, having the director back will give an opportunity to pursue that, and if there's a need to correct the record on that point, that can be done. So otherwise, I would just say that I associate myself with my learned friend's submissions.
Madam Commissioner, just to state for the Conservative Party of Canada, we support the request to recall Mr. Vigneault, even taking into account, and I heard your comments yesterday, that it just doesn't happen at the flip of a switch. I would suspect that there are ways that it can be accommodated, especially given that my assumption is, I'm not going to speak for my friends, but it would, the updated or the supplementary questioning would be relatively narrow in scope. We're not talking about a whole day. I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. What is your position on the?
We've heard from everyone now. Simply put, the position is that this can be dealt with in written questions. I'll elaborate on that. First of all, I'm not sure, after having heard my friends, what the motion is. There are procedural rules, as we know, governing applications from Rule 63 to 68, contemplate some sort of material. So I'm not sure if there's an application to recall people from site or to recall the director. Am I right to understand it is to recall the director? Are we talking?
This is my understanding.
Okay.
It's a motion to recall the director.
All right.
To testify live.
Okay, so I understand, and yesterday at the opening of the commission, we heard from Mr. Van Aert and from Mr. Jarman and from Human Rights Coalition, and I understand, and I hope I'm understanding correctly, that there are three documents in issue: CAN 004495, CAN 004079-RO1, and CAN 015842.